Okay, Chair Sun, you're on.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm Ting Sun, Chair of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, and I want to thank you for joining us today. Due to the pandemic, today's meeting is being conducted virtually. I ask for everyone's patience as we navigate through today's meeting. Now, today's meeting is being broadcast through a live webcast. Interested parties can view the broadcast by visiting the California Workforce Pathways webpage and click on the live stream link located under the 2020 Public Meeting Notices, Agendas, and Minutes. A recording of the webcast will be archived at the California Workforce Pathways webpage in about a week. Now, before we begin the meeting, I have the following announcements to ensure that we have a smooth meeting. First, keep all microphones on mute. Attendance and motions will be taken by roll call. Committee members will use the raise hand feature in Zoom, or you can just wave your hand, and I will ask Lisa to helping me with recognizing members who have comment. I will ask for public comment for each agenda item, and again at the end of the meeting. Public comments can be made via Zoom, email, or by phone. All options are explained on the posted agenda. So today's agenda includes a presentation on how the committee's guiding policy principles are being incorporated into our state initiatives, the CTE Incentive Grant and the K-12 Strong Workforce Program. It also includes an update on the comprehensive California State Plan for CTE, including a guest presenter to discuss the work of the California Future of Work Commission, a continued discussion on the secondary comprehensive local needs assessment template and the Perkins 5 local application plan, and an update on the status of California's submission of the federal Perkins 5 application. We must have a quorum to continue, and since this is a virtual meeting, staff will take attendance by roll call. Okay, Lisa?
Chair Sun.
Here.
Vice Chair Grande.
Here.
Member Rawlings.
Present.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Member Salazar.
Present.
Ex officio Member McGuire.
Present.
And ex officio Member Rattray.
Present.
All members are in attendance. Please unmute your microphone, Ms. Chair Sun.
So sorry. So we do have our 5 members and 2 ex officio members. It is now 10:40 a.m. and I will call this meeting to order. Before we move on to our agenda items, I will ask staff to announce staff who are supporting this meeting either at CDE or remotely. Lisa?
Yes, in the building, we have myself, Lisa Reimers, Michelle McIntosh, and Pradeep Kodamaraju. Virtually, we have Sheni Weber from the Chancellor's Office, as well as Sandra Sanchez. We have Kendra Britt and Stephanie Pappas and Rachel Moran from CDE. And then we also have Patricia DeCoste and Pamela Castleman from the State Board of Education.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and start on our agenda items. So item 1 is the approval of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee's May 8th, 2020 preliminary report of action and draft minutes. So I'd like to seek the approval of this report and draft minutes for May 8th, 2020 meeting. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Was that moved by member Rawlings?
Rawlings with Grande.
Rawlings, okay, thank you. And seconded by Vice Chair Grande?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Oh, I'm sorry, we do have to do a roll call, is that right?
Yes, roll call. Chair Sun.
Aye.
Vice Chair Grande.
Aye.
Member Rawlings.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Aye.
Member Salazar.
Aye.
Thank you. Chair Sun, please unmute your mic.
Okay, I'm trying to mute to be courteous, but that's not working for me. So, sorry, thank you. So the report of action for May 8th meeting and the recording, sorry, lost my place. So the motion carries. Oh, you know, I forgot to seek public comment on that. Would we have any public comment on our minutes?
It does not look like we have any public comment for the minutes.
All right, thank you. So the report of action, sorry, finding my place here. Okay, very good. So we will, motion carry. So we will now move on to the item 2, the Career Technical Education Incentive Grant and the Kindergarten through Grade 12 Strong Workforce Program applications. This is an update on the integration of the guiding policy principles to support student-centered K-14 plus pathways and the 12 essential elements of high-quality college and career pathways into these applications. Okay, and I would like to welcome Michelle McIntosh from the California Department of Education and Sandra Sanchez from the California Community College's Chancellor's Office to share with the committee how the committee's guiding principles are being incorporated into these state initiatives. Okay, do we have Michelle and Sandra on?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michelle's going to start us off.
Red. Okay, I'm on. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sun and members of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee. Before presenting on the CTE Incentive Grant and the K-12 Strong Workforce Programs, we wanted to provide you with a current update on where we are with the budget for these two programs. In January of this year, the governor's budget proposed full funding of both programs at $150 million each. Then, due to current events, COVID-19 being the main emergency, the May revised proposed budget cuts to both of these programs by about 50% each. Now that the June budget has been finalized, both of these programs are projected to be funded at their full levels of $150 million each. However, we have also been advised that these numbers could change moving forward given the final tax revenues collected by the state. It's also important to know that this projection is also based on California receiving additional federal funding. Oops, okay. Moving into the CTE Incentive Grant, the purpose of the program is to encourage, maintain, and strengthen the delivery of high-quality CTE. We also wanted to provide you with the information regarding the update of legislation for the CTIG grant as it's related specifically to the program. In moving to the guiding principles and the 12 essential elements of high-quality career pathways, it's important to understand that the previous 11 elements of a high-quality CTE program from Perkins 4 were used to develop the legislated minimum eligibility standards and requirements for the CTIG program. As such, the CDE is working to update the CTE legislation to be reflective of the 12 essential elements of high-quality career pathways. During our last meeting, we were tasked with showing exactly how we plan to incorporate the guiding principles and the 12 elements of high-quality career pathways into our work with the CTIG program. To further demonstrate CDE's commitment to helping LEAs in the implementation of these guiding policy principles and 12 essential elements, the CDE started by backwards mapping and drafting the 12 essential elements of high-quality career pathways framework document. This document will serve as a guidance piece for LEAs when developing and structuring their pathways. As you can see from attachment 1 of this item, the document includes all 12 of the essential elements, including their definition, what each element could potentially look like when being implemented, tools that can be used in the implementation process, and then also some possible exemplars. We look forward to your feedback on this document as we move forward with the draft. In addition to the draft framework shared with you, the self-evaluation rubric that is part of the CTIG application will also need to be updated to be more reflected of the 12 essential elements. This includes taking the previous self-evaluation document that was designed around the previously legislated minimum qualifications, which again were based on the 11 elements of a high-quality CTE program in Perkins 4, and updating the evaluation, the self-evaluation that is, with the new 12 elements of high-quality college and career pathways and the criteria that reflect those elements. For fiscal year 2020-21, finally, we wanted to share with you a proposed timeline for the CTE incentive grant application process. We're still having internal discussions regarding this proposed timeline, and our goal is to bring the recommendation for awards to the January 2021 State Board of Education meeting. I'd now like to ask if there are any questions regarding the CTIG program.
Any questions from members?
Michelle, you indicated that there are 11 out of the 12 elements. Can you explain which one got omitted?
So previously in Perkins 4, everything was based on the 11 elements of high quality CTE, and then the elements were revised with the new Perkins application and state plan to Perkins 12. As far as which one was omitted, Pradeep, I think, wanted to.
Member Salazar, just to give you a history of this, when we wrote the Perkins 4 plan, there were 11 elements that were identified in there, and that was what the LEAs and the community colleges were using in implementing Perkins. If you remember, during that time, Perkins was the only funding for CT, or at least major funding for CT, until the CTIG and K-12 strong workforce that came later on. So those 11 elements were under Perkins 4. Then the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee met in 2017 and developed initially 11 guiding principles, 11 guiding principles and 11 essential elements, and subsequently added a 12 in response to public comment, added a 12 element that focused on industry engagement. So the 12 elements that Michelle was referring to really is what is the more recent work of the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee.
So basically, if I can help to explain, there were 11 high quality, I think they were called elements or high quality standards or something along those lines.
Yes.
And then, but we're trying to shift all of these applications. When initially the grant applications, they were based on those past 11. We're trying to shift now to our current 12 essential elements that have been developed under this committee.
Yes.
And there might be a little bit of overlap. I don't know that we've seen the crosswalk between the two, but we want to move everything up to current. And that in the 12 essential elements is what the current Perkins has also been, application has been written towards.
Correct.
And so,
Thank you.
My question, Michelle, is then, so because in legislation for, it was both for CTIG and K-12, is that right? We're written for the past 11 high quality?
Right. So the essential elements where we see those specifically again are in the minimum eligibility standards for the grant, specifically for CTIG. They were written in specifically for CTIG, not K-12 strong workforce. But yes, they were written in specifically for the CTE incentive grant. And what's currently in legislation is those previous 11. That's what those minimum eligibility standards were based off of. So what we would want to do is work with the legislature and so forth and update those minimum eligibility requirements to now reflect the newer 12 essential elements of high quality college and career pathways.
Great. So we can have the law align with what current practice will be.
Yes.
Great. And that is something that the department is working to do?
Yes, that is something we are working on. We've been in discussions with DOF on what language revisions we may want to make in that specific, in the CTIG language. And so we are currently working on that.
Okay, very good. Well, and it seems that we do have to also, we will be actually annually reporting to the Department of Finance any changes we may want to make on data. If you could maybe explain a little bit of that, we are to provide suggestions for any changes on collection of data.
Yes.
Right.
And so per the CTIG legislation, the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee does have the responsibility to review the data from this particular grant and then make recommendations for moving forward with those data points or changing those data points as the committee best sees fit.
Right. And since we're looking at data points based on our 12 elements, it would seem to make sense that this all goes along as the same package.
Yes.
And yeah.
Member Rattray has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. So Chair Sun and colleagues, maybe this is for later today, but I guess, one question I would just pose is, I don't want to be sort of on autopilot here or act like zombies. I mean, our CTE programs are in intense crisis, we all know, with this COVID and quarantine. And I guess, my question is, one of our goals is to improve work-based learning and better access to high-quality work-based learning experiences. That's a key principle. The access for students, especially low-income students and students of color, but all students, to work-based learning and to high-quality CTE, we know is highly challenged in this current environment. And so I guess my question is, what are we doing that's innovative or creative to help especially our most vulnerable students still have access to work-based learning and to career technical ed? And what can we do that shifts us from compliance to get this money to technical assistance and creativity to help districts do it better? So I'm worried about just being at a compliance mentality versus can we be proactive and help? And I'll give you one little sliver of this. I talked to Pradeep and staff a month ago because we were finding that a lot of the students were trying to help get summer experiences. They couldn't get a work permit because they were being told that they had to present themselves at their school at a time when their safest thing for them to do is not to go to their school. And it just, when I looked at the rules were just written for a different time, really. So to me, that's an example of something we just have to, I think, wake up almost to, like, this is a new reality. So anyway, that maybe there's some discussion now on it. It does relate to a larger plan, but this is an urgent issue, like right now for these schools and these kids.
Does anybody on the staff like to respond to that? Or I thought that was a great comment.
Hi, this is Shani Weber, Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development at the Chancellor's Office. That is the challenge, Member Rectory, that we are currently facing regarding work-based learning. We are in the process of working with our colleges to look at how do we safely reopen for CTE courses, especially the ones with in-person lab requirements. A lot of the challenge revolves around figuring out how to maintain social distancing, the additional cost and burden for cleaning and for supplies. We believe that at least the supply of PPE currently is resolved, as we have heard that the state will be providing supplies of that to our colleges. That is a huge help. Many of our colleges are continuing to offer in-person training as much as possible for the essential workforce programs. So programs that support the essential workforce, which is really critical, particularly in healthcare and all of the healthcare allied health professions, at the manufacturing and advanced manufacturing and many other areas. So the challenge for some of our colleges, particularly in LA County, is because of the spike of COVID. There's extra caution, and there are challenges with local authorities in being able to open in person. There has been some programs that we have been able to do in providing digital internships, so to speak, but those again are issues because they're only possible with employers and with the type of positions where digital online work is possible. There are many of our programs where that digital online work is not possible. So you're right, that is something that we really need to think through to figure out how can we continue to support work-based learning. And that is something that we will be working with the California Forward and the LADC to work with employers to try to resolve and figure out.
Thank you. Okay. Michelle, did you have anything else on your presentation?
Member Rucker has a hand up.
Oh, thank you, Member Rucker.
I was raising my hand because I did want to agree with what David was saying. And in response to what Dr. Weber said concerning the issues at community colleges, as I look at the planning guide or the template that's coming out for the learning continuity plans, it really doesn't seem that attention will be paid to the CTE programs at the high schools that are going to complete these learning continuity plans. There's no explicit requirement for them to address students in CTE programs as a special or particular population. So I'm afraid that in the development or drafting of these learning continuity plans that K-12 districts are tasked with developing as a requirement from the budget trailer bill, that many of our CTE students will see their programs in particular fall to the wayside or not receive the type of support that they will need in those plans to make sure that they continue or that they are serviced and supported as a regular part of the natural schedule as schools start making their plans for reopening. So it is a problem because the mental model a lot of planners and a lot of school districts are looking at right now in planning for their reopening doesn't really seem to contemplate what it means to provide that support for those students, whether we're talking about ROP programs at the county office or those CTE electives and linked learning that will require some type of work-based activities as well. So I think it's a concern that maybe we need to look to the department to see how they are going to provide guidance and make sure that that attention is called out in support of the development of those learning continuity plans, because right now it's not there.
It's a really great point. Were there any other members before I ask my question?
Vice Chair Grande.
Okay, Vice Chair Grande.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo David's comments and Patricia's. I am particularly concerned for our CTE programs that have dual enrollment with our high schools and the cooperation that we might be able to extend to them, understanding that we might be able to bring the community college students back to campus. I am not quite as certain that we will be able to bring our high schools students as well. And we need to make sure that there is the continuity of those concurrent and dual enrollment programs that we have worked so hard to foster and put into practice and operationalize. I really am quite hopeful that there will be some plan in place that we would be able to continue not only offering on-campus experiences for our community college students, but also for our dual enrolled students. It is going to be a challenge across the spectrum as we try to eliminate or alleviate some of the potential pitfalls for clusters of COVID positivity. But at the same time, I am incredibly cognizant of the fact that this is the perfect storm, if you will, as they begin to hypothesize budget cuts at the same time that we're saying that we cannot bring our CTE students into a lab environment to be able to contextualize their instruction. It almost seems like it's two birds with one stone, where you can cut the class or cut that particular component of the program and save a whole chunk of change, thereby answering two particular pitfalls that are incredibly difficult for CTE to bounce back from, which is, of course, the reduction in our programming as well as reduction in funding.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So I wonder, before we start coming up with strategy and looking at innovative solutions, that we might want to start with collecting data. So don't we issue an annual survey for both the two grants, the K-12 and the CTIG grant? I believe we're collecting data, and maybe we put something in the survey that also asks them what are some barriers right now to the programs, the CTE programs, and maybe solicit from the field what those issues might be, and we bring that back, and we might be able to take a look at, well, what are some ways that the state can help to support the field, or to maybe come up with different ways to help with some of the issues that are being raised.
Yes, Member Rattray put in chat, perhaps we need an innovation strategy, like more flexibility this term, an innovation set-aside pot of money. And Member Rucker has her hand up.
Yes.
Well, and thank you, Member Sun, for bringing up the data collection or reporting idea, because earlier on at a previous meeting, we had asked staff in preparation for this particular meeting, because at the time, we didn't know about COVID-19 and the school closure and all that, but we had asked, with the school year beginning, to provide the data about the new recipients for this grant and to give us a data profile about those recipients for this August meeting, so that we could see who the recipients were, what kind of information, what were the common features about the implementation of our goals were apparent, and to provide that summary information for this August meeting. So that didn't happen. I thought that was going to be part of what was going to be presented today, and that didn't happen. That is still something that we need to see. And so since it didn't happen for this meeting, I do want to know when that is going to occur, because I think it's important, not even more so right now. I had no idea when I originally made the request we were going to face the challenges for supporting and monitoring this program that we have now. It's even more important for us to see that data and the data profile about the recipients who are attempting implement the program this year because their circumstances have changed, not since they first submitted their application and since they were funded, but also with the new mandates that are in the landscape now to address not only safety and reopening, but also to address ways going forward of supporting learning loss and the equity issues that have become apparent as well. So we don't have enough information and what the program challenges are without knowing the data or the profile about the programs that have been funded for this new year. So I'm going to repeat my request for that data report because it's even more important now.
Noted, Member Rucker. Thank you.
So our next meeting is in September, right? I believe.
Correct.
Yes, September
Okay,
25th.
so thank you. So we'll get a so we'll put that down as a report from the staff on that date for that meeting. Okay, very good. And
Dr. Kodomoraju would like to make a comment.
please. Thank you.
Chair-san, Member Rucker, I think one of the things that we will commit to is that we will focus on data for the September meeting because we really need to get our hands around the requirement for the legislation by the November 30th deadline. And therefore, we will commit to that. We have data that has come in from the survey that we sent out in the fall, not quite complete because of COVID-19, but we have some data that has come in. And we are working with Cindy Kazanis' team to try, and as well as CalPADS, to essentially try, one, to work on definitions, both on work-based learning and industry-based certifications, as well as the general collection of CTE data within that system and trying to regularize that within the CalPAD system. And so we will have, Member Rucker, to your point, we will have that information for you in the September meeting. But I would suggest that given that there's a lag in terms of collecting that data, in terms of the issues that were raised by Member Rattray, in terms of what and also Member Rucker, what the impediments are in terms of the CTE programming, particularly the more advanced level coursework, we might want to reach out to our LEAs and even our community colleges to get some feedback from them on those issues, even doing that concurrently with the data work that I suggested earlier.
I want to bring back to your recall also, I had a meeting with you and staff after our joint pathways meeting to talk about what the data collection at a minimum could cover, because those issues were discussed and identified at the time. And so I do agree with you that there was going to be a data lag with what could be collected. There's even going to be a bigger problem now because some of the things, as I'm looking at my notes from that meeting, that we suggested or agreed upon as a minimum will not be available. We're not going to have any statewide data for K-12 programs coming to pass because those assessments weren't done this spring. But we will still have information as well as from the student data from CalPADS. We will get course taking information so that we would have some information about that. And so that cuts almost in half some of the data elements that we had agreed upon could be in this report for August. It's just not going to be there at all this year because those tests did not occur. So I still think we can get disaggregated information about the student groups who are participating and know the significance that are being represented, because that's something you already have to report for the Perkins plan. And from my notes, we already also identified graduation information and course taking. So course taking may be difficult right now also because since COVID-19 closed down schools and they have that data reporting to do, possibly populating or updating that information might not happen in a timely manner. But I do want to ask you to take a look at those notes again, knowing that we have to take out the CASP information from the reporting that we agreed on at a minimum, at least the graduation rate, the 12 factors, our 12 program principles, and information about the students in particular at a minimum. I think we can get that information for the September meeting.
So, Dr. Kodomaraju, do you have that?
Yes, we do. We will be working on data. I had already mentioned to staff to focus on data for the September meeting and come back to you and concentrate on that, particularly as it relates just not only just to the programs on this discussion, but CTE in general.
The other point on detail I wanted to make is we had talked about whether or not at this point we'd be able to identify, based on the federal definition of a concentrator, whether or not CalPADS would be able to identify or give you the information to identify the students who are identified as concentrators in the programs where they are. That might not be possible, but to the extent it could happen, that's something else that we need to take a look at, because that's the only other thing in my checklist that I have a question mark by. I'm not sure if you're going to actually be able to collect that at this time from CalPADS either, if districts have not been able to do that updating.
Member Rocco, we will check with the data team in here and with both the CalPADS group as well as Cindy Kazanis' group to see what options we have.
Member Salazar. Member Salazar, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Lisa. So I guess to David's point, what then, given that much of this is happening this summer, and obviously the notion is to try to respond to it as quickly as possible, hopefully create some sense of urgency. What then is the plan or the path forward that is being proposed, if any?
This is Shani Weber, if I may. One thing that we can take a look at is we are getting ready to put out another round of K-12 Strong Workforce Dollars. And so we could revisit that and see what kind of flexibility we could build into the funding, given the current pandemic situation and new environment that we're all operating in, focusing on continuity of instruction for CTE programs and look at what can be done to ensure that CTE programs continue for students. It is a challenge that we are seeing at the community college level as well, and which is why we've issued, this past week, we've issued a guidance memo to our system regarding the governor's order, executive order that allows schools and colleges to continue with instruction for programs that support the essential workforce sectors, and clarifying that in-person instruction is available and is allowed. And then also we have worked with the Department of Finance to increase flexibility of the use of our Strong Workforce Dollars. So we can take a look at that for the K-12 Strong Workforce program.
Thank you, Shani. Appreciate that response.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from members?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right. Michelle, did you have more on your presentation, or
No,
are we moving on?
that concluded my presentation. Thank you.
And then we can move to Sandra. Sandra, when you're ready for a advanced slide, please just let us know.
Okay. Well, good morning, Chair Sun and members of the board. As you know, my name is Sandra Sanchez. I'm the Assistant Vice Chancellor for the Workforce and Economic Development Division for the California Community College's Chancellor's Office. And today, I'm just going to go give you a brief overview of how in our current K-12 strong workforce applications, how we've aligned to the guiding principles and the 12 essential elements of a career pathway. So next slide, please. So just a brief overview, our application and training materials were developed with the goal of aligning the 12 essential elements to ensure that the monies are targeted to build connected, equitable, accessible, and high quality K through 14 college and career pathways for students. In addition to that, our regional consortia also developed their regional plans with the 12 essential elements in mind and actually shared those with selection committee members during engagement meetings. Next slide, please. So the joint advisory guiding principles and 12 elements served as the blueprint for the K-12 materials and instruments, and to ensure that the program participants included in their elements, in their applications, the elements, we designed the materials that required plans that intentionally incorporated them. At the statewide level, the request for application and the CTE program work plan and the accompanying scoring rubrics for round 2, the onboarding, training, and support materials developed for the pathway coordinators and the K-14 TAPs were also intentionally aligned, and the formative assessment tools and measures that local education agencies, the pathway coordinators, and the K-14 TAPs will use will also capture these elements. We also required that each participating LEA include a completed high-quality CTE program evaluation to help guide their plans. At the regional level, each region's plan serves as the foundation for the CTE efforts, and it's guided by the 12 essential elements. In addition, the essential elements were shared at K-14 strong workforce meetings, including the engagements meetings with the selection committee members. So throughout the process, we believe it was important for the CTE decision members and makers to see specifically how each of the 12 student-focused essential elements were reflected in the strong workforce materials. So we're gonna, on the next few slides, I'm going to show you some examples of how we were intentional in this effort. Next slide, please. So in the first, one of the primary elements is student-centered delivery of service. The work plans, which are the heart of the application, require program participants to describe how their program and pathways will engage students in CTE learning experiences based on their education and career goals. And what we gave them were allowable activities in their application process. So they needed to explain how they were going to engage in exploring college and career options while developing their plans, how they were going to engage in dual enrollment activities, and how they were going to offer and expand college and career counseling and supports for students to ensure success. Next slide, please. For element B, which is focused primarily on student equity, for the past 2 funding cycles, positive consideration was given to those programs or applications that promoted educational and employment attainment and worked to eliminate the achievement gap for all students. Specifically, we gave special consideration, positive consideration, which means that they were able to earn extra points for serving students, and I believe in the LEA world, unduplicated pupils includes English language learners, those students who qualify for fair reduced lunch or are designated as foster youth, K-12 students defined as special populations per Perkins 5, and then pupil subgroups that have a higher than average dropout rate. So whenever an applicant identified as that was their target population, they were given additional points. Next slide, please. On student access, again, we capture this element in the work plan. Program participants are required to describe activities and efforts that will support student post-secondary transition and completion. And preference is given to those programs targeting underserved populations. The main areas, of course, coordinating dual enrollment, offering or expanding career counseling, and supporting work-based learning opportunities. So preferential treatment in this case meant that in order to earn the full amount of points, you needed to have covered or addressed how you were going to serve special populations, and that was how you were able to identify or capture extra points. Next slide, please. So for element D, leadership at all levels, the strong workforce application encourages and supports intersegmental collaboration or partnerships between LEAs, post-secondary institutions, workforce agencies, and industry in developing K through 14 CTE courses, programs, and pathways. In the application, the higher education partner is required. Business and industry, workforce development agents, and other are also highly recommended. They are not required, but it seems almost impossible to have a strong pathway without business and industry engagement. And then to further expand the regional scope, additional K-12, partners within a region were also encouraged in the application. Next slide, please. So for elements E and F, for us, those elements were hand in hand, not so much combined, but working together, since we know that high quality integrated curriculum and instruction required skilled instruction and leadership informed by professional learning. The work plan and the RFA requires that participants describe specific activities, which include sequencing CTE courses to align with post-secondary pathways, create authentic opportunities for K-12 and community college faculty to collaborate, and aligning curricula with workforce needs. Next slide. So the next element was career exploration and student supports. The K-12 work plan also requires programs participants to describe how their programs will engage students in activities and efforts aligned to career and college exploration, which may include creating student exploration opportunities based on student identified interests. Next slide. Element H is appropriate use of data and continuous improvement and cross-system alignment. Again, these two elements are complementary and grounded in database decision-making. For the K-12 Strong Workforce Program, we have developed formative assessment measures which require program participants to capture interim measures of the activities as well as long-term outcomes to be collected. What we're asking them to capture to make sure that we achieve the intended outcomes of the program is that they capture the types of activities that are being supported, the total number of students enrolled in any CTE pathway that is being funded by an application proposal, and then the total number of students enrolled in this pathway are supported by college credit programs, whether it's dual enrollment or high school articulation. Next slide, please. For elements J and K, which are intentional recruitment and marketing, sustained investments and funding through agreements, we felt that these were also complementary since they should reflect an understanding of students' and employers' needs and should be informed by labor market demand data. Each region's plans support programs participants by providing up-to-date information on labor market opportunities, trends, and demands, establishing connections between LEAs and business and community colleges, and promoting regional CTE programs and pathways through regular communications and convenings targeting various stakeholders. Next slide, please. Element L talks about strong partnerships with industry. The application encourages and supports collaborative partnerships with industry organizations to improve industry expertise, staff, access equipment, work-based learning opportunities, and in-kind matches. In a recent survey of our round 2 applicants, 95% of respondents reported having a partnership with one or more business and industry organizations. So next slide. I will pause here and allow time for any questions that the members might have.
Thank you, Susan. Any questions from our members?
Member Rawlings?
Hi, Sandra, I was wondering, I think this goes back to slide 15, if I recall, about the intersegmental collaboration and leadership development. How are we supporting that, and how are we measuring some of that collaboration? And I say that because pre-COVID, I'd gone and visited a number of different colleges, and I've talked quite a bit about our work. And one of the things I'd heard is that the collaboration portion of this work is sometimes hard for them to be doing even within their consortia, partly political, partly just structural. And I wanted to know, what kind of feedback are we getting from the field about that, and how are we supporting that?
So agreed. We understand that there have been challenges, particularly if you speak to the round 1 recipients. So what we've done in round 2 is really we're more intentional in our application and making sure, one, we made community college partners a required partner. And with that has ensured, obviously, greater collaboration and discussion when they're designing and applying for the funds. And then in addition to that, we have all of we're onboarding, we have the majority of our TAPs, our K-14 TAPs, as well as our pathway coordinators now on board, who will be providing additional technical assistance to the field to make sure that these conversations are taking place, as well as to ensure ease of transition and collaboration. So it is still a work in progress, and part of the continuous improvement of this program has really been taking the feedback from the field and integrating or upgrading our application process and our materials to ensure that we capture those elements that are not just important to the board here, but to the field as well. We feel like there has been increased collaboration, a bit of a forced marriage, right? We made it a requirement, but I think we're starting to like each other. So it seems to be improving overall, but there are still areas where we need a little bit more help, and we are hopeful that the K-14 TAPs and the pathway coordinators are really going to help kind of smooth that out a little bit. So I hope that answers your question.
That does. Thanks.
Member Salazar?
And along those same lines, and of course, the support of the pathway coordinators, I'm curious, is there anything that would preclude applying LEA to use some of the resources for a deeper dose of faculty professional development, engagement? Can the resources be used in that way?
Yes. Generally speaking, though, the LEA would have requested that as a budget item in their application. However, what we're finding is that where we have a technical assistant provider who's been in place for a little bit longer, those types of requests will come to them, and they are facilitating discussions. It's really difficult to gauge that success right now, where everyone, we were all in school and then we were all gone, right? So it's become a lot more difficult. Zoom is definitely facilitating discussions, but with the K-12 system being completely gone for most of the year, those discussions have not been happening at the rate that we would have liked, obviously. But I have the sense that there is strong commitment to do that. From what I hear from the pathway coordinators and the K-14 TAPs, that folks are ready, they're committed to the work, and they are looking for to design those opportunities for collaboration using Zoom. So in the next year, I hope that when you do speak to folks in the community, that you will get a much different response about how we're collaborating.
Thank you.
No problem.
Okay, very good. Any other comments from Sandra? Thank you very much. It was very detailed, and I appreciate your work in this area and aligning this to our 12 essential elements. Okay, so not seeing any additional, let me, we'll go to public comment. Unless there's no more presentation, right, from staff?
Yeah, we're not done with this item yet.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes. I paused because I was talking about the alignment, and now I'm going to give you an update on where we're at onboarding our pathway coordinators and K-14 tabs.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. Thank you.
No, that's okay. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, our strong workforce participants, our LEAs, have access to a tiered system of support to ensure successful implementation of their K-12 strong workforce, CTIG, and community college applications. So these include our 72 pathway coordinators, 1 for each community college district, and 8 technical assistance provider, 1 for each region. As you know, the pathway coordinators are those individuals on the ground who work most closely with our strong workforce program participants, and the role is extensive, and it includes supporting and aligning program development efforts funded by the K-12 Strong Workforce CTIG and Strong Workforce Program. They're guided and supported by the 8 K-14 TAPs, who are the technical assistance providers who provide regional leadership in the development, administration, and organization of pathway developments and improvements. Next slide. So this year, we had planned a fabulous planning retreat, meeting retreat with our 80 TAPs and pathway coordinators, but the pandemic hit. And so we pivoted, and we had our training all virtually. So beginning June 1st, we hosted a series of video-based online sessions over a 3-day period, and all stakeholders were strongly encouraged to attend, including the pathway coordinators, the K-14 TAPs, their supervisors, the regional consortia chairs, and any co-chairs. The overarching goal of this professional development opportunity was to create an effective and aligned CT support infrastructure across California. And to that end, these virtual training series focus on the following learning objectives. 1, to provide accurate baseline information to the K-12 pathway coordinators on the effective pathway elements, common funding streams, and resources available to support their work. To build confidence and expand the knowledge base and community among the K-14 TAPs and the pathway coordinators, so they can better execute on their scopes of work and leverage peer experiences, and ultimately build pathways that promote students' ability to find fulfilling career pathways, transition into post-secondary education, complete programs, and secure employment. Additionally, to support the K-14 TAPs' ability to in turn support the grantees, as you know, we will be having a round 3 of this funding, and so they can respond to local and regional needs. And finally, to get feedback from our talent, as we call them, and identify how to best support them as they take on this work. Next slide, please. So each of these virtual sessions were hosted by content experts, provided the foundation of including overviews of CTE programs, the components of high quality programs, and understanding how to measure progress. In addition, participants were able to engage in small group breakout sessions, hear from panel participants, and engage in regional work sessions, and of course, ask many, many questions. Next slide, please. Attendance in these sessions ranged from 87 to 106 individuals. And for the final session, Participants attended region-specific work sessions. So as anticipated, the majority of attendees across these sessions were K through 12 pathway coordinators. At the end of each of these sessions, they were given a link to an online evaluation form. And overall, our response rates were very good. Between 30 and 50% of those who participated responded to our online survey. Many service respondents found the sessions to be very effective. Attendees who responded to the evaluations offered specific guidance for future training sessions and resources that they still need. And we will use this input to guide future training sessions, and we're happy to report that these sessions were well attended and overall well received. Next slide, please. So here's some of that feedback that we received. A critical characteristic of our Strong Workforce program, as you know, is improving the program by engaging in continuous process improvement. At the close of each session, participants were asked to rate the effectiveness of the session they were participating in and allow us to build understanding of where there are still gaps. As you can see, there were, I'm sorry, I'm having trouble looking at my own screen, so my apologies. There were, we had significant overall positive responses to folks having better understanding of how pathways are designed and built within our dual systems. So I think one of the things that is of note here is that we were successful in making the explicit connection between the 12 essential elements with both the Strong Workforce K-12 and CTIG. Next slide, please. So perhaps one of the most important feedback we received was additional supports and resources key talent still need to support their work. And we are currently in the process of analyzing participant feedback, and we will share statewide and regional specific findings with the K-14 TAPs and the regional coordinators to help guide their efforts in supporting our talent here. And next slide, please. Finally, last thing that I wanted to share was our proposed timeline for round 3 grants. We are finalizing the integration of the feedback we received from the field from round 2 about how we can improve the applications for this next round. And as soon as we are confirmed with our developer for our NOVA system, we will publish the timeline. So this is, it's as proposed intentionally. We're also trying to confirm our final BOG dates as well. So we expect to have this, all of this kind of shored up before the end of the month. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
This is great. Thank you. Any questions, comments from members? Scrolling through.
Vice Chair Grande.
Thank you, Chair Sun. I just have one question, and this could be for Sandra or for Sheni. As we're going forward with our round 3 of funding, and we have looming on the horizon the potential that they may revisit the allocation for the next funding cycle, is there any advice to the field or guidance that's coming from the Chancellor's office regarding finishing out those round 1 and round 2 projects as priorities before embarking on new projects, and yet also encouraging new projects that weren't in contemplation prior to the pandemic that we're experiencing now, and how the allocation of funds may be impacted going forward with all of the best intentions to create a round 3, but recognizing that there are certain components of round 1 projects that have not been completed. There are certain components of round 2 projects that haven't even been started. Where are we in terms of guidance to the field or suggestions for best practices while we're grappling with this uncertainty of how the projects we previously had in round 1 and round 2 may now be placed on the back burner because of the innovations that we need to support going forward. And yet at the same time, understanding that the commitments we made to round 1 and round 2 projects still need to be fulfilled. I am sorry if this seems like a long drawn out question, but there are so many good things that are going on in the field that it would be absolutely devastating to lose funding now. And yet it's a very real likelihood on the horizon, if not for 2020, 2021, but possibly the following year. How are we going to ensure that all of the best laid plans that we've worked so hard on are still given the priority that they need to have in order to finish them out in recognition of these incredible undertakings that we've had over the last 5 years?
So to briefly answer, one of the things that we have discussed is that the legislation requires that we use an evaluation of prior recipients to be considered it as we move forward with funding. So one of the things that we've discussed is how do we develop a rubric that is fair given the times that we're living, right? This whole pandemic is completely unexpected. We certainly expect that folks, some of their projects were a bit derailed. Our hope is as they respond to those questions that they're proposing plans for how they will ensure that if they get additional funding, they are going to continue to carry out the funding they already have. So that's one small piece. And in terms of messaging, well, we've just learned in the last 2 weeks that we were actually going to have funding. So we haven't really, we were just kind of, hurry up and wait to figure out what was going to happen with this program. So definitely we'll look at how we message that out to the field as we are finalizing the 3rd round RFA. And we are not done with that. As you saw from the timeline, we expect that if when we open that application, it will not be till August. So your feedback is appreciated. We will take that into advisement as we are finalizing our RFA documents to make sure that we are clear that the expectation is that they will fulfill their current obligations. And then, but I think one of the things that I want to raise to Sheni's point earlier is that we need to have some more flexibility in this to allow for a pandemic, right? That was not originally anywhere in the legislation in terms of how much flexibility. And so I think we need to take that into consideration. And as we create these guidances with the support of the board, allow us to pivot a little bit for the field.
Thank you. Any other comments from
Member Rattray?
Yes, I thank you, Sandra. And just let us know if any of us can be helpful with finance. I think several of us can support sort of requests for flexibility with finance in support of anything that you might be trying to do.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, any other comments from members? Scrolling through, I'm not seeing any right now. So we have the public comment slide up right now for any of those in the public who would like to call in, or you can register via Zoom, you can email, or you can call in. And so while we are waiting for any members of the public to call in on this item, there's a couple of things I just wanted to mention. So Vice Chair Grande's question related to the K-12 grants on what kind of flexibility, what kind of information we're getting for on projects that may have been derailed as a result of the pandemic. I think that was a bit of what we were trying to get at when we had the conversation for the CTIG grants, as well as is gathering more information on what's happening because of the pandemic in the field, and what kind of guidance and support we're providing to them as a result of that. And so if we're talking about September getting data, it's not just about the quantitative data. I think we're also looking at some qualitative data and information so that we can have some information from which to try to strategize how we support schools in their the continuity of their CTE programs. And the other piece I want to bring up is that we really didn't spend much time on attachment 1 on this item, which goes into more detail on the CTIG and the various elements. And I noted that in the appendix that there were examples of exemplars for some of those elements, which I thought was great. That's a way of guidance, right? And I was curious if there were anything in those that spoke to the distance learning piece for CTE. First, yeah.
Member Sun.
Yeah.
Hi, this is Michelle. This was the first draft, and I think we will be adding in some of those elements as we've spent a lot of time in our particular office recently working on some distance element pieces for CTE specifically. And then that being said, the other thing we would like to do is have some of the field take a look at this document as well, to review it and provide some feedback on, does this make sense? Where, does this provide you too much, not enough? Where do you need to have, what is going to make this document helpful for you? Because at the end of the day, the ones, the teachers in the classrooms or online are going to be the ones that are going to be using this document. And so we really want to be responsive to what their needs are. Yes, distance learning is being taken into consideration. I don't think it's in this one at this time, but we hope to bring an updated draft to you for possibly the next meeting or the following meeting, depending on the work we do with this and then also the data and so forth.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Do we have anyone from the public on this item?
Yes, we have one comment from the public, but Dr. Kodomoraju would like to add something.
Okay, sure.
Chair Son, to follow up on Michelle, and this is a comment made by Member Rucker before, is immediately when COVID-19 struck and we were all shut down, one of the things that was clearly evident to our division was that we needed to do something more with regard to CTE specifically. So we created a distance learning internal team first, and then we went out and recruited individuals from those who were helping with the CTE online project. And so that group's been meeting regularly. And initially our focus was essentially, how does a CTE teacher move some of what they were doing face-to-face online? And so we were trying to help them in that process. But to go back to Member Rucker's comments, we now can shift and pivot to talk about some of the sort of experiential type of experiences that students might have, work-based learning, industry-based certifications, all of those, so we can use this task force. And we actually use this task force to build on the grant that we presented last night to the State Board of Education. So we do have that in place, and we can use them to get some additional information, the qualitative information that you were talking about, Chair San.
Terrific, thank you. All right, so let's hear from our public comment.
Yes, this comment comes from Clinton Maxwell. If K-12 Strong Workforce Program funding is expected to be validated through CalPass Plus, extracted from CalPads, everything is contingent on K-12 schools mapping their student information systems correctly to CalPads. Not enough emphasis that schools are really struggling with underreporting good data, because data migration challenges due to staff turnover. COEs are best positioned to help with this, but need to be acknowledged in budget modeling, meaning K-14 technical assistance providers help K-12 project coordinators communicate how schools should be using Object Code 2000 expenses with K-12 Strong Workforce Program and CTIG funding.
Thank you for that comment. Was there an affiliation with that comment? I heard a name. I was curious what the affiliation might be.
Yeah, I have the name Clinton Maxwell. Clinton, if you're able to type in real quick what your affiliation is, that'd be great. He is from Mendocino County Office of Education.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. You know, and I think there's to that. We've been looking at sources of data through the CalPADS collection and through individuals who may be in charge of the CTE program specifically. But I am curious if we have engaged county offices of education, since they're also part of the statewide support systems, and how much that we do to engage county offices.
I can speak to the strong workforce. Many of our host LEAs are county offices of education, and several of our prior CTIG TAPs were also hosted at county offices of education. So they have very much participated. We also have a lot of them that serve on our selection committees for when we do the awards. So definitely a big part of this process. So they are definitely engaged.
Thank you. Okay. Any other public comments?
Not at this time.
Okay, very good. All right, thank you. And this was an information item, and I want to thank Sandra and Michelle for your presentations. I appreciate that. And well, at this point, we have a lunch break that goes from 12 to 12:30. So I think we will take a 35-minute lunch, and we'll reconvene at 12:30, unless we want to start earlier and you would like to finish earlier. That's the pleasure of the committee.
I am perfectly fine with a 35-minute lunch.
Okay. Okay, so we will do our 35-minute lunch, and we will come back at 12:30. Okay, thank you all. And if you could turn your cameras off and put your mute on. Appreciate it. Okay, thank you.
All right, Chair Sen, we are live.
All right, very good. So we are reconvening after our lunch break, and we will go ahead and reestablish our quorum, and we'll have Lisa Reimers call roll.
Yes. Chair Sun.
Here.
Vice Chair Grande.
Present.
Member Rawlings.
Present.
Member Rucker.
Present.
Member Salazar.
Here.
Ex officio McGuire.
I'm here.
And ex officio Rattray. I think he'll be logging in a little bit. We have our quorum.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lisa. All right, we will now begin with item 3, an update on the California State Plan for Career and Technical Education. There will be a briefing on the Future Work Commission discussion as a part of this, as well as the California State Plan for CTE, our approach and areas of focus. And so at this point, we have Dr. Kotamaraju from the California Department of Education, and Shani Weber from the California Community College's Chancellor's Office to share an update with the committee on the development of a comprehensive California state plan for CTE.
Have said that they have concerns.
Okay. Good afternoon. This is Shani Weber, Vice Chancellor for Workforce and Economic Development at the Chancellor's Office. In this particular item that we're presenting to you regarding an update on the state plan for CTE, we had discussed at the previous meeting, and also one of the recent topics at the forefront that's being discussed in the past few years has been about the future of work and the implications for workforce development. So in our development of the CTE plan, as we're talking through the focus and what needs to be considered, we felt it was very relevant, and also based on the interest of the committee, to learn more about the ongoing work and conversations at the state level regarding the future of work. With that in mind, we have invited a special guest to join us today. Abby Snay is the Deputy Secretary of Future of Work at the Department of Labor, and she will be presenting to the members the work to date conducted by the Future Work Commission. The commission has been meeting since 2019 and also share with us information about other efforts related to work at the state on business and job recovery from the pandemic. So welcome, Abby. Thank you for joining us today, and I'm handing it over to you.
Thank you so much, Shani, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. I've worked with many of you in my many years in San Francisco running Jewish vocational service, worked with some of you on the development of the state CTE plan last year, and I joined the labor agency in early January to support the Future of Work Commission, and I'm really so looking forward to talking to you about the commission's formation and its work, and where we are now and where we see ourselves going forward. Lisa, could you advance the slide, please? And so what I'd like to do is fairly quickly go through with you the creation of the commission, who's on it. We spent 7 months of convenings, and I'd like to give you some highlights on what we learned, also what we learned through a series of listening sessions, the framework of recommendations that was developed in early March, and then where we are now. So if you want to go ahead, Lisa. So on May Day 2019, Governor Newsom signed an executive order. You will have the link for that established the Future of Work Commission. And I will probably mention this a few times. Unlike most other Future of Work commissions and reports that have been done that really focused on the robots are coming to take everyone's job, there was a different vision for this commission, really starting with a very expansive vision for economic equity that really looks at work and jobs as the starting point, that assumes that the future of work is not inevitable, it will not be dictated by technology, but will be shaped by our actions. Please, next slide, please. And I think the grounding at the time, which is even more reinforced in the multiple crises we've been dealing with over the last few months, is that too many Californians have been left behind. They were left behind when the state's economy was booming. What we've been seeing through the disparate impacts of the pandemic, of the economic crisis, are even more glaring inequities. And at the time, and again, even more so now, we know that we will need business, labor, education, government, community organizations to work together to create good jobs and their workers for those, to promote, support employers who do right by this, and to use technology to improve workers' lives rather than to surveil them and disrupt and replace them. Please move ahead. Next slide, Lisa. And so I'm just going to go very quickly through the slides so you can have a sense of who's on the commission. But I will let you know, I think the selection of the co-chairs just really speaks to and characterizes the breadth of opinions and perspectives and experience of the commission. The co-chairs come from very different points on the political spectrum, although probably not really. Mary Kay Henry, who's the international president of SCAU, and James Manyika, chairman and director of the McKinsey Global Institute. It has been such an honor as I have moved into this role, and even before this role, attended every commission briefing to see how skillful they are and have been in working together to draw out the different voices and opinions in a very respectful and strategic way. Support for the commission has also come from my boss, Secretary Julie Su at the Labor Agency, Landea Jose, I know you all know her, the governor's advisor for higher education, and at the time, Lenny Mendoca, the head of GoBiz, who has since moved on from the state. So very strong support from the governor's team as well. So Lisa, if you just want to go quickly through the next few slides, you can see that we have the former governor of Michigan, the head of Restaurant Opportunity Center, really speaking for worker voice of the restaurant industry. Carla Javits bringing the social enterprise lens. Please move ahead. I'll just let you take a minute and look at the combination of academic leadership, labor leadership, elected leadership. Next slide, Lisa. From higher education, we've had representation, the LA Chamber, and Betty Yee, the state controller. And so let me talk to you a little bit. Please move back. Please move back to the September convenings. That's right. That's next slide. One more slide.
It got away from
That's
me.
where
I'm
I wanna be.
sorry.
That's okay. And so the commission met monthly from September through March, and from September through February, each one of the convenings was an all-day convening held at a different place in the state, hosted by usually educational institutions. Meeting in person seems like such a luxury right now, doesn't it? There was and I just want to give you some highlights and tell you what we learned from these different convenings. September was a two-day meeting that really started in a way that set the tone for all of the work. The commission heard directly from workers who talked about their own experience, and these were workers in low-wage jobs who spoke in just very compelling ways about what it's like to live in a precarious world of work, where they weren't earning enough money and didn't have the stability of benefits, that I think really set that tone in a very important way. There was also really 2 days of panels of policy experts who painted a picture of what the state of work is in California, was at that time, because since March, clearly everything has changed. The roles of skills and job quality, and I think really set the tone for the key technologies reshaping the work. And then in October, we really dug into technological change and its impact on work, really digging in through a couple of panels on particular impacts on manufacturing, on trucking, on white collar work. And really, the commission had some good conversations about the urgency for new worker protections, the inevitability of technological change, and the sectors and jobs that would have the greatest impact in terms of worker displacement, and the assumption that the commission really wanted and wants to challenge, that innovation is mutually exclusive with workers' rights, that those two really can come together. Next slide, please. Thank you. And then in November, we really dug into education, skills, and job quality, and had a speech from the head of the Federal Reserve Bank in St. Louis reporting on some research, which for me as an educator by training, and I'm sure you would share, was quite disturbing, showing how the value of a college degree as a guarantee of economic security has really eroded in the last generation, and certainly among different racial groups. And then we also talked about job quality and how important that is as an imperative for economic development and for investments in skill training. In December, we dug into low-wage work, and the commission really got some very hard-hitting data, again, just exacerbated and reinforced now that we've seen how low-wage workers in essential jobs have been hardest hit by the pandemic, and heard also from a couple of small business owners about the unique challenges faced by the small business community. Next slide, please. In January, had a fascinating day talking about technological change and its impact on employment and labor law, which was really developed in the last century, the 20th century, in a very different labor market without technology that enables management to know exactly where workers are at any given time, to even see what they're doing at a level of surveillance that requires a fresh look at labor and employment law. And so that was a fascinating discussion. Could you please advance the slide? Next slide. There we go. February was a day to look at kind of the work supports in terms of social policy, economic security, looking at how some of the very vulnerable roles in domestic work, in childcare, really could be improved through some innovative technological platforms, as well as some policy ideas about universal family care and ways in which the uncoupling of benefits from employment in the way of portable benefits could open up opportunities for greater security among a broader swath of workers. Next slide, please. And so in addition to the convenings, we set up a series of listening sessions to really dig into a few industry sectors. Entertainment looked at as the original gig sector, where in a model gig sector in which, and this was, the listening session was done in Hollywood and convened by Doug Block of the Teamsters. So that's a project-based sector that actually is unionized with good labor protection. So it was really held up as a kind of another way of looking at the gig economy. Port and logistics, and kind of looking at ways that logistics, and again, just given the, over the last few months, how delivery and logistics have exploded with home delivery of foods and other products, how logistics jobs could be created into good jobs. It was a listening session on the military that I attended in San Francisco, really fascinating to kind of hear from educators in the military and hearing about the military as just a massive educational institution, and certainly for me as an educator, hearing the frustrations of the military in terms of recruiting people without basic skills, and what the military does from an education perspective to address basic skills gaps. Had a very timely and prescient session in late February on remote work, which again is even more relevant now. And we've learned so much since then about how many jobs actually can be done remotely. And then the Higher Education Council weighed in with its opinions on future of higher education. There were also 4 sessions set up with to hear directly from workers and the organizations who work with them, day laborers, immigrants and refugees, youth, and justice-involved individuals. And that was really, those took place early in March, really at the beginning of the pandemic hitting. And by then, just really hearing of the impact of the spread of the disease. And that's when layoffs in restaurants and retail and other service sectors were exploding. And so great urgency and desperation there. Next slide, please. And so the two biggest challenges that emerged from all this work were really the dual challenges of inequity, economic mobility, and low quality work, and then the broader, as we started labeling it, the work adjacent issues, really looking at housing and benefits that affect work, and the need to really strengthen the safety net. If you go on, Lisa, I can go to the framework for the recommendations which address these challenges. And so those really started clustering around 4 different opportunities to support workers through transitions throughout their lifetime, to safely enable technology and to protect workers in a data-driven future, to build skills to prepare workers for the jobs of the future, and to really make the most of California's position as an innovation hub, as an innovation leader, and also a place where workers can thrive. Next slide, please. And so the framework for the recommendations, and these recommendations were put together it was part of the original executive order in a report that was submitted to the governor on May 1st. Let me tell you, though, that after our March meeting, which took place March 12th, which I think, as we look back, was really the turning point of when the pandemic hit. And it was the first meeting such as this one that was held totally in Zoom. And now we take this for granted, but even a few months ago, that was a very heavy lift. And after that, the co-chairs and the governor's team all decided that with the crises hitting, that the recognition that the future of work is now, that we really have to pause. And so these recommendations were put in a report to the and I'll tell you more in a couple of minutes. The recommendation hit with this month is raising the floor so that every job is a good job in California, and making California a place that's known for high quality jobs as well as innovation. Future proofing, and I really appreciated that concept emerging to meet future demands in challenges, and the notion of future proofing the workforce, really having just a world-class education and skill building infrastructure to future proof our workforce, and to address those work adjacent barriers that keep people from good jobs and good livelihoods. Next slide, please. And so some of the specifics around raising the floor for work, and again, just brought to the forefront so much more these last few months, is to really look at those large sectors that we're now calling essential jobs, and looking at how those can be improved to eliminate working poverty, creating a new benefits model and safety net, really increasing opportunities to improve jobs, improve wages and economic mobility for disadvantaged groups, and to look regionally, really looking at some of the geographic disparities around the state, and to look at those regions such as the Central Valley, the Inland Empire, to really elevate job growth and income and access to good jobs in those regions that had been left behind. Next slide, please. And in terms of really making California a place known for quality jobs, one of the core ideas was to establish a job quality index as one of the metrics that the state uses as part of its economic profiling, and to really work with some of the large companies, especially in technology, to create better pathways to more quality jobs and to increase worker power and organization in the state. Next slide, please. And in the future proofing, you can see a combination of strategies emerging around really generating more jobs in fast growing sectors, generating good jobs, and building, as I mentioned, a world-class system to support workers and building skills and gaining access to new career pathways, making sure that the reams of data collected about workers work to their benefit, and preparing, and this was prescient at the time, preparing for the impact of disaster. And at the time we were thinking of climate change, of the fires, the aging and outdated infrastructure, but of course the public health emergency has just brought this even more to home. Next slide, please. And then the commission did not see its role as directly addressing some of the work adjacent barriers, but certainly wanted to call them out, and especially in the coastal areas, just the critical importance of affordable housing, of transportation, and throughout the state, access to childcare, to healthcare, to education, and recognizing that until these barriers are addressed, that many of the challenges the commission identified would not be resolved. Next slide, please. And so where are we now? As I've mentioned, the crisis of COVID, of the economic crash, has just brought the future of the workforce so much into play now, and has just really reinforced existing inequities, particularly for low-income essential workers, for people of color. As I mentioned, we've learned that remote work is suddenly viable and needs a different kind of attention. And we're also seeing new equity issues arise in access to broadband and online learning. And I'm sure you're seeing that through the online learning you've all had to adjust to in the systems that you run. And so, as I mentioned, the commission is on pause. We will be convening in late July. And you may know that the governor appointed a jobs and recovery task force a couple of months ago that is made up of 100 leaders from business, from labor, from philanthropy, from community groups, that is focusing much more on immediate recovery. How do we get out of this? How do we get out of this safely? Through a series of subcommittees. As the Future of Work Commission reconvenes at the end of July, a core part of our work is distinguishing that work from the current task force. And so the commission's work will focus post-COVID on after recovery, how do we really build a different economy, a sustainable economy, and a more equitable economy. So Lisa, if you could advance once more. So I'm happy to take questions if you have time, hear your comments, and also respect the busy agenda that you have today.
Member Rawlings.
Thank you for this, Abby. Very informative, very helpful. I'm taking a look back a little bit. I have your handout here also. I think on slide 17 is what it is, talking about the challenges of inequity, economic mobility, and low quality work. I was wondering, and this is probably really kind of tangential, and maybe as you move forward, this will be something in mind, is when I think about some of the economic inequality in our communities, there's also an issue with access to capital. And have we thought about how we are able to expand access to capital in communities that have been economically disadvantaged systemically, so that when we talk about the future of work, that we're creating opportunities for the future of work in those communities and being able to lift those communities up?
Oh, I think she has frozen.
You're talking about, I don't know if it's my broadband. I'm having some issues right now, so it was hard for me to hear everything you said, Bill, but it sounded like you were asking about enhanced access to capital in low-income communities.
Exactly, and how that impacts the future of work and how we can create opportunities for the future of work in those communities.
I won't say that came up directly, but certainly there were conversations about entrepreneurship and just as you're saying, the need to capital for access to capital to support greater entrepreneurship. We also looked at the wealth gap in addition to the income gap, and just as you're saying, how much of that wealth gap is historical and affected by access to capital and intergenerational wealth transfer as well. So certainly that came up.
Vice Chair Grande.
Thank you very much. Abby, I cannot begin to express my gratitude for the update on the Future of Work Commission, and I want to extend my appreciation to all of the work that's being done. I know that it's going to inform our state plan for career technical education. But there was one area that sparked my interest more than anything, and that was a reference to a job quality index.
Yes.
Can you give me a little bit more information about what components might make up the criteria for a high quality job or one that would score high on a job quality index?
Sure, I would love to. So the index, it does not exist. It has not been created yet, but some of the criteria that we would want to be on that index would certainly be wages, and wages that allow a person to support a family, and those could be pegged to local cost of living through the self-sufficiency standard, through the MIT. You could do that in a number of different ways. Job quality is also measured by benefits, access to benefits, and other less tangible kinds of things, such as scheduling, control over scheduling, reliable scheduling, stability, worker voice on the job, and adherence to labor standards. So I think those are the kinds of things that would be included. Does that help, Jolena?
Absolutely. Thank you, Abby. I hope also we would take into consideration those jobs that have been deemed essential during this pandemic, as well as those that have withstood the test of time in terms of the dips and projections of our economy when we're looking at recessions, depressions, and overall enhancements. I see such a value to this concept of a job quality index going forward. I cannot wait until it's operationalized.
I think it would be great too. And some of the most inspiring conversations that the commissioners had were just really challenging assumptions that certain jobs are inherently low quality. And the example that's always given that really was so powerful for me was manufacturing. We now, think of manufacturing as good jobs. Those were jobs that enabled people without higher education to support a family, move into the middle class. But when you think about the late 19th century, certainly, my grandparents did factory work, and those were terrible jobs, and so it took really years of advocacy and organizing to create the 8-hour day, to create working standards and worker protections, to create, to turn manufacturing jobs into good quality jobs. And we have the opportunity to do similar kinds of things in other low wage sectors now, including care, and we've really seen that throughout the pandemic. When we've seen I think in some communities around the country, close to half of the deaths from COVID have come in nursing homes, and that has affected workers as well as residents. So care jobs, caring for our most vulnerable, our parents, our children, there's no reason those should be low quality jobs.
Ex officio member Rattray.
Thank you. Thanks, Abby. I too want to just say congratulations. I'm very inspired by the work I think you presented to a real coalition committee, or one of your colleagues did, and I was inspired then too. A couple thoughts I had, just reflections. I don't know how deep you tried to go into what would be the implications of these recommendations on our educational system. And I'd love for you to just touch on that and then invite us, hopefully, to help you think about that. The second thing, and I'll just put a footnote around competency-based education and prior learning competencies. I think as one example, like the Western Governors University, or models that we are trying to move to, I think, with the community college system and others, to respect more the work experience and to have rapid exit and reentry, or co-education, co-work in a newer economy. That's the first thing. Second thing is just race and equity. What I didn't hear you say so much about, but I think it's implied, and I'm guessing it was there, but now we're even more keen to it, is the kind of practices of privilege that exist in the private sector, but all our labor markets, that privilege white males and people of privilege, and then obviously create a lesser opportunity for people of color to advance in their companies and to advance in new sectors. The tech sector being a best example. We know that's where the future work was if you went back 20 years ago, and yet has had the most racially unjust environment in terms of opportunity. If you look at, we know the lack of African American and Latinx individuals that have enjoyed the benefits of the tech sector growth. So I wonder how much you looked at the issues around race and privilege. And then my last comment just is the licensing boards. I wondered how much you all looked at, so many of our professions are controlled by licensing boards. And these licensing boards, as I've come to learn them, are very archaic. They're not nimble, they don't look forward. They too have a lot of privilege baked into them, the current incumbents, which are often people not of color, and they're controlling the gateways to these professions in a way that I think stifles sort of the opportunity for a lot of people of color and first-gen students, immigrant students, to really thrive in professions controlled by licensing boards. I'm just wondering how much you looked at that component and how we could reinvent it to be better for a lot of our Californians.
So thank you for those comments and questions. And just to summarize and tell me if I got this right, Dave, I heard you ask 3 questions. One, the extent to which the commission really dug into the educational system and how it needs to change. Secondly, around the lack of diversity in the tech sector. And third, around the kind of the gatekeeper nature of the licensing board. Did I capture those right?
Well, I was just using the tech sector as an example. Did you look at the issues around race and privilege
when
you thought about overall practices within the private sector?
Yeah, and the short answer is, yes, yes, and yes, in terms of, I think just a really, undercurrent that was present, not undercurrent, but a theme that was present in every single discussion were the impacts on race. And kind of lack of access, and also some really interesting discussions on, especially for the tech sector, on the use of artificial intelligence in the hiring process and ways in which that really discriminates against people who don't have the kinds of backgrounds that don't look like the people who are doing the hiring, and how the algorithms for the kinds of people who are going to be most successful in jobs are based on the people who are currently doing those jobs, who tend to be white males. And so, some good conversations on pedigree hiring and how AI really reinforces that, and how that can be changed. I will say that we didn't get into the educational system enough. And so, as you saw in some of the framework of recommendations, creating a world-class lifelong education system clearly has to be recommendation. That's one that I'm excited to really dig into, and totally agree with you that looking at ways in which that system has to be more responsive to working adults in terms of recognizing prior learning, in terms of moving to competency-based learning, in terms, and this is my opinion and not the commission, but in terms of really creating greater flexibility for entrance and exit into training programs in terms of the capacity of, I think, especially the community colleges for really quickly responding to changes in demand and to demand opportunities to get people skilled quickly. And I think as part of that also really at the federal policy level to be looking at the whole financial aid system in ways that that can more flexibly support adult learners. So I think there's so much more that we could do there. And the licensing board question, we did not get to that level of detail, but clearly that's something that has to be looked at, that creates often unnecessary barriers for people with criminal justice backgrounds. I remember spending time when I was running JVS in San Francisco, and we were retraining foreign nurses and had to fight with the nursing certification board to recognize foreign credentials. And so totally understand and think that that's an area to address.
Member Rucker.
Well, first of all, I want to begin by thanking you for doing this presentation. It is a wonderful surprise and also very timely given the conversations and the takeoff point we are at with the planning that we've done in a multiple number of conversations. I have a lot of questions, but I do want to begin by saying, you know, earlier this year, I think it was at the January meeting, and I am happy to be corrected if I'm wrong about that. But I think it was at the January meeting, we heard from Tim Rainey, who's the executive director of the California Workforce Development Board. And he put together an update on California's Unified Strategic Workforce Plan for the California Workforce Pathways Committee that you're talking to now. And one of the things he talked about were this concept of this high roads or high skills job training and the enabling of progressive skills through the education and training programs to create these kind of high quality jobs you're talking about. And so this is work the state is already undertaking through that workforce development plan. And so I'm hoping that there are conversations that will happen down the road that will unify some of the work that you are doing, some of the very good work you are doing with some of the intentionality that's been written into this particular workforce plan. I do have some questions, or at least some concerns that were raised in response to your responses to the questions that David Rattray raised. First of all, if you're going to be talking about issues concerning equity, it's not something that can be implied or implicit. Either there is going to be an explicit plan to address the equity issues, or it just simply doesn't exist. Saying that it's implied in the plan just leaves you off from the responsibility of having to do anything at all if you simply say it's implied in there someplace. And I heard you say that probably it wasn't what you intentionally meant to say, but in response to his question about the access that people of color have with being successful in their relationship with licensing boards, you brought up the issue of criminal background. People of color who are under license by the boards in the state for the industries or the industry sectors that require those licenses are not having difficulty accessing licensing because they have a criminal background issue solely. But to say that is the primary reason in association with a conversation about people of color, especially at a public forum like this, is a little disconcerting and off-putting to me, and I'm sure that's not what you meant to say. So I just wanted to make sure that I put a check on that comment. Finally, and probably most importantly, what we don't have is a good data system to tell us about the students who are coming through our schools. We have to understand that the pipeline into California's workforce is not solely going to be developed by workforce development programs for the adults who are already in the workforce. We have to understand that the pipeline is being created by the students who are coming through our schools right now. And whether they choose to go to college right after high school or enter the workforce right after high school, at some point in time, every single one of the 3.2 million students that we currently give the state assessments to are going to enter the workforce. And that is our pipeline. We have to understand, and we have to have a data system that helps us to understand who they are, what they're studying, what the schools are preparing them for, and where the opportunity gaps actually exist. Because if you want to have a real conversation about equity and access, especially in the situation we find ourselves attempting to open schools for this year and attempting to use our plans for this year, we need to understand not only who those students are, but where to find them and how their needs actually would define our priorities and having a real conversation about equity. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you. And thank you for calling me out certainly it was not my intention to conflate people of color with criminal justice. So thank you for calling me out on that. And totally agree that any conversations about equity have to be front and center and explicit. Totally agree that there is a need for a data system and for planning so that, and I know that's what this group works on, and the vision of CTE, so that we're educating students not for the jobs that are emerging and the good jobs that are emerging. This is really a two-part challenge. It's creating more good jobs and doing a better job preparing young adults and people already in the workforce for those good jobs. And you started, Patricia, talking about the high road training partnerships. I think sometimes that Tim Rainey and I are kind of joined at the hip. We work very closely together, and I think beyond the specific, and I'm sure Tim talked about this, beyond the specific projects that are the high road training partnerships, a high road training is really a vision for doing training that builds on industry demand, builds in worker voice, builds in partnerships, multiple partnerships to, again, create those good jobs and train people for those good jobs. So thank you for those comments.
Ex officio member McGuire.
Hello, good afternoon. I just have a comment about the slides that pertain to, or your comments that pertain to credit for work or job experience. And I do think that's a very valuable tool for returning students. And I think as you have the conversations on your future of work committee, and as we talk with the other educational systems, it's important that we ensure that Black and Latinx returning students actually know about these programs. And what we're hearing from a lot of the young people that we work with is they found out, far along into their returning student experiences that these programs were available, but they were not informed about them. So I think there needs to be conversations with the systems as you guys progress your work forward to ensure that there is a plan that these particular populations are aware of credit for work experience and life experience programs where that applies to them.
That sounds really important.
Do you have any other members with comments? I think we covered everybody except for myself. So I just wanted to add my thanks and gratitude, Abby, for you to come and present. I'm as inspired as well with the work that you are doing. And so to hearken on, I hope that, we hope that we will have more of you coming back and providing us with more of the progress, especially given the pandemic. And I'd be very interested in hearing how the commission will address some of these now issues that have come up with the pandemic. To harken back on Member Rucker's comments, we're K-12. So I'd love to hear and learn more about how we could in the K-12 sector support some of the findings, some of the work that you're finding, and addressing some of the issues that you're finding in the labor in your agency. And then, for instance, the comment you made about the military and how the military is finding a lot of students or enrollees who don't have the skill set. And we've been hearing that from higher ed, and we've heard that as well. But I'm from the employers. But I'm kind of curious if the military is the same kinds of things, and if that's the case, then what can K-12 do to help support our students, right, to be more successful? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a central question, and something that is really dear to my heart. I mean, I come from an organization that was preparing young adults for apprenticeship exams and had to, supplement the instruction that they were getting to learn basic fractions to be able to be successful on those tests. So, I mean, basic skills gaps are so essential and so critical right now. Let me just say, because I think I neglected to mention this, that the commission's work will wrap up at the end of the calendar year. We will have a refined and I think revised set of recommendations. So I would be delighted to come back and fill you in on those recommendations. And then possibly or here for agency partnership. There's a lot we'd love to talk about in terms of working in greater partnership, including ways of building more work-based learning and transitions at the secondary level. So looking forward to doing more work with you, and would love to stay close to the CTE plan as it develops and evolves. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today.
Well, thank you. This is wonderful. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point, do we go on to the next section of this before we go to public comment?
Yes.
Okay. So the other section of this is the plan, the CTE the California State Plan for CTE. And that will be Dr. Kortumraju and Shanu Weber, right?
That is correct.
Right, okay, very good.
So what I will be doing is presenting one of the requests that you had, Chair Son, was to get some data. This is a request that you had when we had a pre-meeting, and so I put together quickly some data from our federal reporting under the Perkins 4. Obviously, keep in mind that things have been updated since as part of the federal Perkins 5 plan, but this is just to give you a sense of how the importance of CTE programs to California. So, and this is combines students that are students in CTE that are in the high school as well in the community colleges. So the 2.26 million you see there is a combination of the two. It's roughly 50-50 in terms of that. We have about 1.2 on the secondary side and about 1.1, but I wouldn't say that that's. I would have to go back and look at the exact numbers. But the interesting in terms of the gender breakdown, it's still 54% male and 46% female. And as I'll show in a moment, many of the industry sectors or career clusters support the California's essential workforce. The thing to keep in mind is that the K-12 or the CD and CD side, we use industry sectors, 15 industry sectors that essentially provide the landscape for CTE programming. On the community college side, they use 16 career clusters. And in the Perkins 5 plan, we actually do have as an appendix a crosswalk between in the K-12 or the high school industry sectors to the community college career clusters. The reason it's career clusters because under Perkins accountability requirements, we have to report concentrators by these career clusters, and so that crosswalk is what we use to report on both sides of both the secondary side as well as the community college side. So this is just a breakdown from 2018-19 data to give you a sense of what the race and ethnicity breakdown is. As you can see, Latinx students are the highest proportion there, followed by white, and then after that, African American. And these are the reporting requirements that we have under Perkins, and this hasn't changed going forward. So we have to provide this every year to the U.S. Department of Education.
Lisa, would you please advance the slide, please?
So the next slide is the special populations, and these are the categories under Perkins 4, and these are going to be updated under the Perkins 5, the Strengthening Career and Technical Education for the 21st Century Act. And in fact, for these special population categories, they align more with other federal programs, both on the education side, like ESSA, and also on the workforce development side, like in WIOA. Once again, just to highlight something here, if you look at that, clearly students that are in CTE, the largest category there is they come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, and that's of note here. The other thing to keep in mind is that this is duplicative data because a lot of students meet more than one category under the not only under the old special population categories, but under the new ones as well. This continues looking at that. Again, in California, limited English proficient is a substantial number out there. The non-traditional enrollees, just to be clear in terms of the definition, in Perkins legislation, non-traditional has a special meaning. It's essentially looking at employment sectors where one gender is traditionally underrepresented. So a good example would be men in nursing and women in welding would be the examples that we look at, and that's how that is reported, and that essentially is where we and that will continue into Perkins 5 as well. So we also just to start the conversation, as you recall, we spent a lot of time on the concentrated definition when we developed the Perkins 5, the federal Perkins 5 state plan. But this is a definition from Perkins 4. It's a rather broad definition. I think one thing that California did on the Perkins 5 is actually narrow the definition of a CTE secondary CTE concentrator much more, and we tied it much more closely to what we to the college and career readiness indicator. So that definition has been updated on the Perkins 5. Similarly, the higher education CTE concentrator, that hasn't changed very much. It's in terms of Perkins 5, but essentially one way to look at it, it either includes students who complete short-term certificates or finish roughly about somewhere between a sixth to a third of their program. So finally, just the last set of data is to show you where we are in terms of the concentrated by those different clusters, and these have been ranked by the total have been ranked going from the highest to the lowest. And if you can look at this slide itself, human services, government and public administration, law, public safety and security, and education training, all of those come to the top, as well as business management and administration. And then we have the sixth one there is health sciences, and down as we go down. So the point of this slide also is to show that in each of these clusters there are essential workers. So it's just not only just a few of these clusters, but within each of these clusters, and when we define them by the different pathways, there are some essential workers within those pathways. As we go down, so let me stop here before I turn it over to Shani. So if there are any comments on the data piece that I just presented.
Member Salazar. Member Salazar, you have your hand up.
I actually have three questions, sir, Director Kajimaju. When you were demonstrating the student demographics, particularly around African American students, it seemed relatively low compared to other student subgroups. I was curious, is that an anomaly? Is that congruent with the number of Black or African American students who are within the system? So that was my first question. The second question, I wanted to understand a little bit more the definition, I guess, of non-traditional students, if I saw that designation correct. And then the last question, relative to the cluster concentrator, noticed in the post-secondary that particularly around, I think, government, public occupations, I suppose, there were only 45 students enrolled in this program, and I'm just wondering is that because it's not being emphasized, or it's not necessarily considered a occupational cluster of importance. So those are my three questions.
So let me take them in turn. As far as I need to go back and look at for the African American students and that the percentage there. The definition here is how we define this under Perkins 4, and we define it the same way under Perkins 5. Is it includes those students who take at least one CTE course, and so we need to go back. And you raise a good point, and we need to go back and look at that and see why that number is that low, and that's something that we can go back and look at and try to get some more analysis done on that.
And then again, is it just a matter of, this is our pool of students, or are they just not taking advantage of it? And does that then imply that we need to do a better job of engaging our African American students?
Your point's well taken. I think one of the heightened focus under Perkins 5 is looking at equity, as Member Rucker talked about more explicitly, and that's something we need to look at and try to try to look at. And I'm assuming in the presentation, in the next item, when we talk about the comprehensive local needs assessment, that is something that should show up in the data as they do that review at a local level.
Thank you.
So the next question you were talking about is really the definition of, was it the concentrated definition?
Non-student or designation. So.
There was a specific designation.
The non-traditional. Yeah. The non-traditional essentially is it's something that it goes back, it has its antecedents in when the Perkins legislation first started in in the early 80s. There was an interest in looking at occupations that were traditionally being underrepresented by one gender or the other. And so the law required recipients to collect that data and report that data as part of their accountability reporting, and which is so it's a very specific definition to the Perkins legislation, and it's different from the definition that is traditionally used in the community college arena when we talk about non-traditional students. So it just refers to those programs that are underrepresented by one gender or the other. So, for example, if you have a dental technician program, you can look at that, and the likelihood that of 100 students in that program, 98 of them are women, and then strategies needed to put in place of how you would increase the participation and the concentration of men in dental technician programs. And the same thing in terms of welding programs, where women are traditionally underrepresented, and then recipients were asked to put in programs or strategies to improve that percentage, to increase the number of women in welding programs. And so that essentially was the focus of the non-traditional in the sense of how the federal Perkins legislation was written. But there is a broader term of reference when we use the non-traditional in terms of particularly in the community college arena.
If I may add as well, this is Shani Weber, that part of the challenge we have is aligning data between how Perkins definition is. In this case, their concentrator definition has to do with 12 units or more, as well as counting top codes. We have some work to do with regards to our top codes, and also looking at our student-centered funding formula and our student success metrics. We've sort of redefined, and we are now counting 9+ units instead of 12. So the threshold has changed as well in terms of capturing more CTE programs. So those are all ongoing data issues that we're analyzing and looking at and working through.
Any answer?
And the third one was where you were referring to, I think, is the government and
it was the government. If you go back 2 slides, it was just interesting to see that you had 57,000 secondary students who are in a government public affairs concentrator, but only 45 students coming from the post-secondary system. So does that create pipeline challenge, considering that you have interest at the secondary level, but obviously a significant drop off either when they get the post-secondary level, or is that just it's not being emphasized, it's lack of programming? I was just curious about kind of the precipitous drop off in this particular career cluster.
Member Salazar, I believe that we will analyze that, but I believe that might be related to how data is captured and how it's being reported through our system, especially with top codes.
Okay.
And so we definitely will need to take a closer look at that.
Okay,
and
thank you.
That same would apply on the secondary side as far as, because I think in terms of our industry pathways, we have to look at that, because we have 58 pathways. And under the government public administration, we may have pathways that refer to that are included in government public administration. So we need to go and look at that. I think Shani raises a very good point as one of the issues that happens both not only in the Perkins arena but broader in CTE context is the alignment of the data from secondary to post-secondary. How best to achieve that, and I would argue that is something we should be looking at when we do the larger California plan of the CTE.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other members with questions?
Not at this time.
Okay, I have a question. It was actually the very, very first slide that you had. It was something around 2 million students overall that were served through the Perkins. Yeah, 2.26 total students, 2.26 million. So the total, so that's about a third of public school students in California, right? And I would suspect that the majority of that 2.26 students were in 9th, 12 in high school, which I suspect is around a third. I don't have the numbers in front of me, which I suspect is around a third of the total student population, public school student population. So is this saying that Perkins is basically serving almost all high school students? I don't know. And that's a kind of thing I think that when we go down into a little bit. And also, does this also mean total students for both, for just the K-12 side, or is it? I don't know.
It's both, Chair San. So let me talk about this. This is really students who participate in CTE. So it's just not Perkins, it's just students participating in CTE. This is taken from our data quest system. So let me sort of break this down. As I said, that's roughly 50-50. When I looked at students that are in high school, all students that are in high school in California, that I went into DataQuest and looked at that, and it was roughly around 1.9 to 2 million. So if you take the number of about 1.2 million being served, being in CTE on the K-12 side or the high school side, of the 2 million, it's about 60%. You're talking about 60% of students taking at least one, of high school students taking at least one CTE courses. On the community college side, the number is about 2.1 million students that are being served, and I would guess based on so that's roughly about 50% of the students that are enrolled in at least one CTE student. So the point about this is that they're actually anywhere between 50 to 60% students on either side that are taking at least one CTE course.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So looking at this, I'm wondering, it makes me wonder if we want to set any targets or goals to increase that percentage under Perkins 5. I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. It's just kind of interesting. And then the other thing that strikes me with your presentation, and first of all, thank you for providing this data to us. But the other thing that strikes me about this is the disconnect between the presentation that we heard from Abby Snee and this. What does this information tell us versus what she has, the information that she has provided here? And how did we, I don't know, it just seems like there's a disconnect of what this tells us versus what is happening out there and what the agency of the Future of Work Commission is discovering. I don't know. Is this data that's useful, that's helpful for us? So, and also, I'm sorry, just also my thought is that this is Perkins, from the Perkins data. Does this include our CTIG or our CTIG data? Is there an overlap there?
You will see some of that on the next, when I come to the next agenda item, but this is just CTE data, because as I've said before, in our data system, we cannot identify or attribute a student to a particular funding source. So we're looking at all of those students that took a CTE course in our data system, and that's the same thing that is done on the community college side. So in some sense, we cannot attribute these 2.26 million students to a particular funding source, but I mean, we'd have to do some research to do that, but our data systems now, as they currently stand, are not capable of attributing a particular student to a particular funding source. And so this is really all CTE students, and that CTE student, one CTE student, may be served by both CTIG, K-12 strong workforce, as well as Perkins in one district or one LEA, but in another district they may only be served by one of those funding programs, and that's the funding source they have for CTE. But to go back to your question about how this is connecting, one is I think in the short term, that this really is our starting point in terms of looking towards building the California state plan of CT. Firstly, in the short term, looking at where the essential workers might be and how do we encourage those programs to meet the current crisis. And in the longer term, in terms of how can CTE be enhanced or incentivized to meet the future of work, particularly in the areas of that Abby talked about, the gig economy. We are talking about the information technology space, or even in the advanced manufacturing space. And so we need to look at that. And one of the things that I would argue is that the comprehensive local needs assessment and the data work that local recipients would have to do would give them some ways of addressing some of those broader themes that were laid out by Abby in her presentation.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on? And there's you have more to the presentation, is that right?
Correct. Just a few more slides.
Okay.
So we just now want to go through just the process of how we've started developing the California State Plan for CTE. So since November of last year, we've had a state team formed from state board staff, from staff at the Chancellor's office, and staff at CDE. And we had ongoing discussions about what the purpose and the focus of the California State Plan of CTE. Initially, when we had this discussion, we wanted to talk about this more long-term, and that's still there. But then because of the current events, we also need to look at what can be done in the interim and in the short term. And we also had discussions about internal and external input and the information that was provided by Tim Rainey earlier on and today by Abby would contribute to that. You also heard from JSPAC a few meetings ago. So all of those taking that information as resources to develop the state plan for CT. We also had a lot of discussion about what the format and structure of this California State Plan for CT would be. Should we sort of repeat a whole a large plan as we did under the Perkins 5 State Plan, or should we look at it differently? What is the level of detail, and what should be the focus or the thrust of that California State Plan of CTE? And one of the things that we looked at is we're starting to look at is review what we had said in the federal Perkins 5 State Plan with regard to the larger California State Plan for CTE, and we've started looking at that and trying to cull out from that where some of the issues might be for addressing. We want to also revisit the comments made by you in terms of while we were doing the Perkins 5 State Plan review, and we're going back and sort of reviewing the meeting minutes as well as the presentation and looking at that. One of the things we collected a lot of information for stakeholders and the public that we received from the Perkins 5 State Plan development. And in one part of that, if you recall, when we presented to you about the public comment as well as the stakeholders, there were several items in there that were essentially seem that we categorized them as being addressed after we finished the Perkins 5 State Plan. And then as we did today, just reviewing current data to inform what problems need to be solved. And from the earlier comments that were requested by you and Member Rucker, I think the next step is probably to look at some of the data that we have more holistically, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively addressing the short-term and the medium-term needs of school districts and community colleges, and I think also the longer-term needs as we move forward. I think, if I recall, one of the things that was sent to you by just as an email was I think, and maybe I should ask Shani to comment on that. I think it was sent to all the members. Shani, you had mentioned something early on about a reopening document that from the community colleges.
Yes, what I was referring to has been shared via email to everyone is essentially a guidance memo to our colleges regarding essential workforce and the ability to conduct in-person training and instruction to ensure the continuity of education, because a lot of our CTE programs require in-person training and labs. There was also a committee, statewide committee, that was commissioned by, requested by our chancellor, a task force to develop some initial guidelines and roadmap for safe campus reopening. That was also shared with our system. And the recommendation was a lot more local level guidelines and work will have to be developed, particularly around different sectors of guidelines for different CTE programs.
Sure, and I think that was sent to all of you earlier today, and so you should have it in your inbox.
Thank you.
So these are the recommendations, and this is where we would like some feedback from you as to what direction we should take. And maybe I should turn this over to Shani, because this, I think, is she is, I would say, more astute about these kinds of things than I am. So I'll turn it over to her.
Thank you, Dr. Kodam Raju. So what I wanted to just set the context in terms of the recommendation that we're making and provide more background. As the state team convened and was thinking through how to frame the work and the large body of work that we've collected and all the input and information from various sources and discussions. What is it that really needs to be accomplished for our CTE programs, looking at the guiding policy principles, and also in consideration of the many comments from the members.
But I think Shani's frozen.
About hello, am I back? Okay,
yes.
sorry.
Yes, it froze for a while, so
my apologies. My internet has been very unstable lately, so apologies for that. As I was saying, we wanted to consider what is the most appropriate approach in developing the plan, not only to call attention to the work, but provide aspirational goals that would help transform the state CTE programs, which is what we heard from the members. And also in our discussion, Patricia DeCoste often advised on the need for this approach to be kept simple, right? Using the keep it simple principle, that less is more. And we also talked about how no one really wants to wade through a 200-page document, and we could lose people's interest very quickly. So as we continue this discussion, what we came to realize was a very relevant example that could help inform us in terms of the approach to how we develop the state plan for CTE is the California Community College's Vision for Success. The Vision for Success is a very clear call to action, setting out what needs to be done by our system to transform and focus on a student-centered approach, to utilize data and evidence to make the investments and decisions that our system makes, to produce thoughtful innovation and action, and also to create cross-system partnership among a lot of different commitments that's very similar to the guiding policy principles to achieve some very aspirational goals for our system. The other thing that we thought was relevant is that the Vision for Success is also less than a 50-page document. It's easy to read. It clearly states what the challenges and the problems are, where the effort should be focused, the strategies that could help us solve these challenges and problems, and achieving very specific outcomes or goals that are visionary in our perspective. So we thought that the state plan for CTE could benefit by using this very similar approach of a strategic plan, having a very clear call to action, showing a very clear connection to the guiding policy principles, calling for a student-centered K-14 plus pathways approach. This approach would also help us kind of clearly link to the regional economies and the growth sector within each region, particularly now with the pandemic and having to look at economic recovery. It also very much aligns with the other initiatives and efforts at the state level, obviously the Chancellor's Office, and also the California Workforce Development Board. Because of the pandemic, we've all learned and we've all experienced the need to be able to adjust quickly and to have the flexibility necessary as we think about development of the state plan for CTE. So given what we've lived through with this, incredible seismic change with the pandemic, for the California Community Colleges, with our Vision for Success, what we have learned is that a lot of things may change, but because we have this Vision for Success, it's sort of the stable, overarching guiding document in terms of what work we have to do, even though things are changing around us and there's one crisis emerging after another. What we should be doing is very clear, and essentially what that means is how we do it may change because the situation have changed, and how we adjust to under current conditions. So we thought that was a very appropriate example of that. What also was very helpful with the Vision for Success document was how it distilled our vision goals and our commitments into essentially one page that I personally have printed out and is, in front of my desk, and I look at it every single day, looking at everything we do, which vision goals we can tie to that we're supporting and producing outcomes. And so next slide, please. We wanted to show an example. This is purely an example. We haven't developed any of the visionary goals, We haven't even sort of distilled what that is, although we have some ideas. But we wanted to show what that could look like, what, a one-page out of a big sort of a strategic plan that people can sort of take out and be always looking at and referring to. And with the guiding policy principles clearly laid out there, there isn't room for including the 12 elements under the guiding policy principles, but the larger guiding policy principles are there. We could clearly link to that. And also because of many of us are visual, a visual example, and having something concrete is helpful. And so we wanted to kind of show what we're talking about when we're referring to this approach that we're recommending, so that we would really like the state plan for CTE to be sort of the guiding post and the North Star for all CTE programs in the state, to be able to also address the boldness you talked about, the innovation, and the mindset change that really needs to happen, and emphasizing that for our educational institutions. The other thing I like to point out is that in looking at the vision for success, we realized that it aligned really, really well with the guiding policy principles. And then we also had the opportunity, both CDE, the State Board, and the Chancellor's Office, provide input into the California Workforce Development Board, their WIOA strategic plan. And the state plan for CTE really, I think, is the last component of the state policy that will unify the statewide workforce development strategy. And I use the word unify thanks to Member Rutgers, who used that word, and I thought that was very, very appropriate. And I, it seems that the combination of the Vision for Success, the California Workforce Development Board, and then our state plan for CTE are really sort of the trifactors combined that really can guide the state workforce development strategy. So what the state team is recommending to the committee today, and we are seeking your input and guidance, is utilizing this approach in developing our state plan for CTE. We wanted to bring this to you because it is a significant departure from how the last state plan CTE was written and how the Perkins 5 federal application was written, which was more like responding to a series of prompts to address the federal application requirements. What we would like to do once we get guidance and input feedback from you is then take all of the collective body of work that we've accumulated from all of the inputs that Dr. Kodamraju mentioned earlier in this presentation, and then to begin to distill based on data the problems that we really need to solve, and then to be able to finalize some of those key areas and begin to formulate what these visionary goals would be, and to present that to the committee for additional feedback and guidance. And then at some point, what we would do is then have a final draft that we could present to the public for feedback and comment, and then we would continue to refine the plan until we are able to obtain approval by this committee and then publishing that. So just in today's discussion alone, I think we heard some key areas that we would want to look at. A few key areas is not comprehensive by any means, but just today, there's one of the problems we need to look at is the issue of data and the alignment of data. We've always said, and we've heard from you, that the issue of teacher prep is an area that needs to be focused on. Dual enrollment is another one, and then thinking through how we encourage and how we support innovation with our CTE programs. That's something that I think will need a lot of discussion and thinking, as well as reducing the regional gaps and the equity gaps within both of our systems. So these are all issues that are very well aligned, And we currently anticipate a timeline for completion around January 2021. We think that's very potentially doable, and as we develop, we'll have a much better sense of how it progresses. And I would like to pause here and invite Patricia DeCos, who has been a wonderful partner and advisor to the state as part of the state team in a lot of these discussions, to see if she has any additional comments she would like to make.
Thank you both, Pradeep and Sheni, for your presentation here today. I really don't think I have anything else to add. I think that you have covered the gist of our state team planning sessions. I am very interested to receive some initial feedback from the Joint Advisory Committee members, because this will give us I'm looking forward to a signal from you all whether or not we're on the right path, if we're pegging this at the right sort of level. And I very much value your input. I think that Member Rattray's comment early on about being responsive and how we have had those initial conversations as part of these state team planning meetings about, given we're in a new circumstances, how is it that we can be responsive to the field? So that has been part of our conversations in the last month or so. But I did want to say that we have been sensitive to that. I would very much like to hear from you all. So I don't want to take more time now, but happy to respond to any questions that you might have, and know that, we value your input.
Vice Chair Grande put in chat, will there be any contemplation or consideration for the 25 strong workforce task force recommendations that have yet to be completely satisfied in the state plan?
That has been part of our discussion as well. And as you know, Patricia DeCos was a member of that task force, and she has been, raising that particular question, and we will be looking at that. We are in the process of trying to go through and assess where we are in terms of the 25 Strong Workforce Task Force recommendation. I believe many of those have been completed. Some of them may need to be adjusted given some time has passed, and see how we can update them. So yes, we will definitely be looking at those.
Any other?
Ex officio Member Rattray.
Well, as you can expect, I'm going to have a big mouth about this. In some ways, to me, this is the moment I was waiting for 3 years ago.
Yes.
For one thing I would say is I think it's an excellent start, by the way, really good. But let's take our time. This was probably a whole meeting discussion, and the task force, I think, this is our moment to really, as a task force, think deeply. So I'm happy to give a couple opening comments, but I do think we should have a substantial, if not entire meeting sort of dedicated to think together about what do we want now. But I'll just start with a couple thoughts. I do want to put a little perspective. Of course, it's up to us now to do what's right now. But in terms of perspective, Mike Kirst, or Dr. Kirst, was the first, I think, inspiration for this entity to come together. And of course, like all things that take so much time, because of that we have a lot of us that come and go out of our positions. So sometimes you forget why you were even chartered to exist. And some of that's healthy, by the way. But I just want to say what he said to me. His sense was California, like every state, spends an enormous amount of money on CTE and career education. and even things that relate to it, even though it's not called career education, which traditional academic education, I would argue, is career education, right? So he said, we spent all this money. Some of it's federal money, Perkins, some of it's state money like CTE, dedicated resources, community college money. And yet we don't really have a coherence to it all. We don't have a sense of like, what are we trying to accomplish? And how do we make sure we're doing the best we can to understand whether it's working? How do we make it work better? And so I think he had the grandest sense of like a more of a master plan kind of concept, like we did the higher ed master plan. And that's part of the thinking that also the state had when we came to LCFF. How do we have a more coherent way of thinking of the 43 categorical programs and all the base funding? And so what I thought was terrific, and Patricia, you were a huge part of that, but many other partners, you gave us a whole year in the very first year of our existing of these topics around the use of data and dual enrollment, regionalism. And so I think it's important that we refresh all that strong set of presentations you brought people to us and some discussions, because now is the time we get to really go for the fences on that. And I would hate to see us kind of lose some of the great foundational work, which I think led to the principles, by the way, which are fantastic. So the principles sort of be biblical now as you go into the stage. And I think, Sandy, that's what you're saying, but I think they should. But there's a lot of color underneath those principles that was unpacked when we went through all those topics. So I would just hope we would bring back a lot of that great stuff that you put before us in the very first year of our existence. The next thing I would just say is creativity, innovation, imagination. I just hope we leave a lot of space for brainstorming and thinking big, and both amongst us as a task force, but a lot of you all as staff, and then other stakeholders, because this is the kind of moment that you want to not just get boxed into the same old stuff, but like think about the possibilities that is way beyond anything we've ever done before. We're going to go back to the pragmatic piece and winnow it down and make priorities, and that needs to happen. But let's not go there too fast. Let's first have the kind of, everything is possible kind of moment. If you start with what's happening now, like Perkins with 5,000 strings on it, you're just hostage to the very thing we're trying to liberate ourselves from. So I think we start with a massive sort of creative approach. So I just hope we take our time now. That as much as I said, I think there's an urgency this morning, and thank you for Patricia for recognizing it. The urgency to me is like, of the current money we have on the street, what are we doing to be urgent about dealing something with this? But this to me now is a plan that says, what do we do over the next 3 to 5 to 10 years? And I wouldn't do urgent. Then I would take our time and think huge about it. And then we winnow it back down into what are we going to do about it? Just the last thing I would say is, let's keep in mind and be clear about who do we want to be relevant to? Because if we have a really great plan, which is exactly what we're shooting for, we want to be relevant to a lot of players, policymakers, legislators, future legislators, governors, school board members, community college, leaders in the systems, others. So I hope we just think about who we want to be relevant to, and then we figure out how do we get their input and how do we think with them about a plan that they want to see themselves in. They say, that plan is the plan I want to be a part of, and I'm going to be a part of helping you get it done. So those are some opening thoughts for me.
That was excellent. Thank you. Others?
Member Rawlings.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks. I totally agree with Member Rattray. I think that's the right frame of mind. I like the strategic plan kind of mindset to this, and so in that regard, the Vision for Success model I think is great. As I think about the Vision for Success, having been in the community college system now for maybe 27 years or so, the thing that really struck me about the Vision for Success was that we had so many disparate plans and ideas and strategies that we were using to accomplish our goals, that the Vision for Success really tied a lot of that together and really set a clear path forward that made all the other stuff happening make more sense. right? And I think we have an opportunity to do that here with a good strategic plan for CTE for California, that then Perkins and the other monies and resources that we can put into this would connect into, right? And so when we think about future work, when we think about the strong workforce task force recommendations, when you think about the workforce development boards, and then all the way down to the local level, and what are administrators, faculty, and staff doing at the school site, having a clear document that sets a pathway for them, I think would be very beneficial. But I would want to include all those, the influence from those other reports and those other recommendations, especially things like future of work as well.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other thoughts from members?
Not at this time.
Okay, I just wanted to add that I am excited, and I am with Member Rattray. I feel like we've been waiting 3 years to get to this point, and I'm excited that we're right on the cusp of making that leap that we've been waiting for quite a while now. I can say what I secretly afraid that this plan would end up becoming is just another plan among other documents that doesn't go anywhere beyond this committee. So everything that we've been talking about, I heard words unified, biblical, creativity, relevance. All those are very important. I think we need to make sure that we keep that in mind as we are working on the development of this plan. I appreciate, Shani, your walkthrough of the formatting, if you will, because that, I think the form helped us think a little bit about what we want to do with this plan. So I think that whole idea of making it a strategic planning is great. And I also want to echo Member Rattray's comments about the relevance. Who do we want this plan to be relevant for, and how do we engage them in this conversation as we're developing our plan? And the last piece is, I know there are various topics that have come up that we need to explore, some with community college kind of among yourselves and some with K-12 among yourselves. But we want to take this opportunity to be able to make those connections between K-12 and the community college system. That is why we have this committee with membership makeup. So this also utilizes this as a way of tying what our vision is for K-14 quality pathways. And we can set ourselves to be able to flesh that out further as well. Okay. All right.
Chair Son,
yes.
Just a last comment. I would specifically like to thank Patricia DeCoste and Shani Weber to lead us through this process, lead the state team through this process. As I was sort of working on the Perkins 5 state plan, they were the ones that kept us going through this process, and I appreciate that, and I think we've come to a good spot, and thank you for all the comments that have been made.
Okay, very good. All right, I think we are. Thank you. So I think we are ready for public comment at this point. So we have a public comment slide on top. If anybody from the public would like to make comments on this particular item, item 3.
Yes, we had a public comment back with the data slides from Clinton Maxwell at Mendocino County Office of Education. He says, hope that chiming in helps. We have districts that mandate all students take the intro course of a pathway for the information communication and technology sector to be competent in software tools needed in school. If this is capturing one course, the whole district will roll up into these numbers. This happens if one key pathway is supplementally funded with Perkins.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Clinton, for sticking with us. All right. Any other comments?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay. All right, folks, we are behind schedule, which I did not expect. I thought we would be ahead. So we had a break that was scheduled from 1:30 to 1:45. We're at 2:19. We're scheduled to end item 4 at 2:45. Are we okay to continue through, or would you like a 5-minute break?
Oh, let's keep going.
Okay.
Keep on rolling, yeah.
Okay, we're going to keep rolling, and then what I will just say, if you need to get up and take a break, please feel free to do so, so we can get through the agenda. All right, so we are now on item 4, strengthening career and technical education for the 21st Century Act, review of secondary comprehensive local needs assessment template and secondary local application plan, and update on the federal Perkins 5 state plan submission. So this is the local plan for Perkins, under Perkins 5. And presenting will be Dr. Pradeep Kotamaraju of the California Department of Education.
Thank you, Chair Sun. So this agenda item will cover the update to our submission of the Perkins 5 state plan, and then talk about to provide a second hearing to you about the comprehensive local needs assessment and the secondary local application. And we'll also, within that process, discuss the various timelines that both CDE and the Community College Chancellor's Office are dealing with as we move forward in getting through this, but particularly the timelines refer to CDE much more than it does to the community colleges. So we'll give you a current landscape of the CTE funding, which was a question that was raised earlier. We'll also talk about the timelines that relate to the CLNA and the local application, and we'll also talk about the timelines referring to the state plan submission updates. The presentation will give you we'll start with the update on the Perkins 5 state plan approval process by the U.S. Department of Education. We'll talk about the substantially approvable local application submission, and we'll then go through a review of the components and processes for the CLNA reporting template and the local application. So I think what we wanted to, through the next a few slides, we just wanted to give you an idea. When I think this again came up in the pre-meeting, and a request was made that we look at LEAs and where are they getting the funding for CT from the 3 programs that are listed there. So what we had was 515 LEAs that received at least one of these programs. The other thing to keep in mind is that I went into DataQuest and looked at LEAs that were grades 9 to 12, and there were roughly about 550 LEAs that essentially were grades 9 to 12. So you can see that many, or in fact most of the LEAs, or a large proportion of that, are applying for at least one of these grants. And what you have in this table that's in front of you is that LEAs are receiving just one grant, so one of either one of these 3, and you can see that essentially in terms of this, we have roughly, I think the kindergarten 86 for the CTIG, 53 for the K-12 strong workforce, and 118 for Perkins 5. We go to the next slide. Here they're receiving 2 grants, a combination of CTIG, K-12 strong workforce, CTIG Perkins 5, and K-12 strong workforce and Perkins 5. You can see that the last row, K-12 strong workforce and Perkins 5, there are not that many that the crossover. but CTIG and Perkins 5 is the strong workforce. And I think CTIG and K-12 strong workforce, it's interesting to note there is that that either they apply individually or they apply with all three together, which is the next in the 98. So the interesting thing is maybe it has to do with something to do with the timing of the CTIG and K-12 strong workforce, that they're not doing the two at the same time. But this is just a first take that we have on this data. More work to be done. Once again, I want to caution you here that essentially we really cannot attribute a student performance to an individual grant, but this is just to give you the landscape of which LEAs are receiving the grants and what they're applying for in terms of looking at that. So so about 1/5 of them, the bottom line, about 1/5 of them apply for all three grants. And this goes back to a comment that Chair Sun you made about there are several of them that are applying three different applications, and we need to bring this together in some way, shape, or form. One of the main reasons that we haven't got there is simply a technical reason, but the discussion we had in the previous agenda item sort of will maybe make us move in that direction. So let me talk about the timelines. So when you think about the timelines, we have three different things that are happening here. One is the state response to the U.S. Department of Education feedback to the Perkins Plan. Then there is a state timeline for approving the CLNA and local application. And there is the LEA completing the CLNA and the local application for submission to CDE. And these timelines vary across even over the next 6 months. So in terms of the timeline, July 2020, we have the LEA submitting the substantially approvable local application. We have most of them in. We're waiting we've sent messages out to others that have not, and they're starting and beginning to work on at least the beginning to work on making sure that they collect information for both, as they're required to do, both on the CLNA and the local application, but they're waiting for approval from this body. July to September, where the CDE will begin reviews after approval from the California Workforce Pathways Joint Advisory Committee, and then we will be working with LEAs to submit any additional information based on ED's approval of the California Federal Perkins 5 State Plan, and I'll be talking about that a little later. So as far as the local application and CLNA submission timeline, we're expecting in the September 20, based on your decision today, on September 2020, the CDE will conduct a status check on the LEA's local application plans, and the CDE will engage in a continuous improvement process review of applications. One of the things that we have to keep in mind is that this is the first time, not only for the recipients of the Perkins funds, but also the state in terms of this new way of conducting business with regard to the CLNA and the local applications. So what we are intending to do over the fall is really engage with the recipients in terms of looking at how did this process work for them, and the thoughts that we are talking about within staff here is we'll focus on the guiding policy principles and the essential elements, and also talk about adherence to the Perkins 5 legislation. So both in terms of the application of current state and federal policy. But we also want to have feedback on the CLNA and local application process. Was the guidebook helpful to them? And we'll talk about the guidebook, and that was part of the one of your attachments that were provided with the agenda item. Do you need help with the use of data? I just put these questions down. What focus areas did the CLNA throw up for you? I mean, I was thinking prior to this that teacher recruitment and retention may be one topic that is universal to all of the applicants. But right now, maybe it's distance learning and essentially how do we close the digital divide when it comes to CTE programming. So in order to manage these timelines, these different timelines, staff is asking for approval by the Joint Advisory Committee of the CLNA and local application, as well as moving forward on the submission of the Perkins 5 state plan. So looking at the Perkins 5 state plan, the U.S. Department of Education, as they basically said that we have till September 30th, 2020 to finish all the work. In July 2020, they provided us, actually it was through the end of June, they provided us feedback. We have been working through with as staff to do this. Most of the feedback related to, and I'll talk more in detail about where that feedback is coming from, but we've been trying to complete the responses, the final responses by Ed to provide the updates, and then we have to upload that to the Perkins 5 portal. That's the sequencing that has to happen, and we have to do that by September 30th. My anticipation is that we are close, as you will see later when I present. I have been in constant communication with the U.S. Department of Ed or the Office of Career, Technical, and Adult Education, and I've been talking to our contact person there, and we've been going back and forth on the responses, and I think we as staff have a clear idea of what those responses will be. So let me start with the update of the Perkins 5 state plan. One of the things that we did when we talked about the response, there were basically two areas in which the feedback was. One was in the area of accountability, specifically in terms of the concentrated definition, and then in terms of the quality indicator that we choose, the secondary quality indicator that we choose. They also had a comment on the maintenance of effort. Basically, there is a provision in the law that says that we can avail ourselves of a 5% reduction in the maintenance of effort if the state chooses that. We will be in conversation with the Department of Finance about that, but my recommendation at this point is to maintain the status quo because we do not know we can take this anytime in the future, and my recommendation is to sort of have a wait and see attitude, and if there is a need of taking that in the future, we can do that then. So the general theme that the California that basically that we had. So one other thing that they were also in their feedback said there was no, besides not providing the CLNA and the local application as part of the Perkins 5 state plan, they looked at that. As you know, we provided you an information item in June, and I provided to Octave essentially these the attachments that we provided to you to get feedback from them, and they essentially provided these feedback back to us that there was no specific reference to the Perkins 5 legislation in the CLNA, and that same theme applied to accountability and as well. In generally, the general theme of that feedback was that while California did well to operationalize the federal legislation, the state in its plan did not either make explicit connections to the federal law or it was muted. And that essentially is what the feedback is, and that's what they want us to put in the. So Octave has asked us to adding the federal definition language into the plan and then indicate that California is proceeding to operationalize the federal definition and language. So that really is the connection. So we have to make specific reference to what's in the law with regard to accountability, basically the concentrated definition, the quality indicator, the CLNA, and the local application. And that's what where staff is working on that and building upon that. We've been given a 3-month extension on the California's Perkins 5 transition plan. That is essentially until September 30th. That allows us for the state to allocate the 2021 Perkins funds to the local recipients. So in the event that, and given the current need, that they can actually access those funds when they have their Perkins application underway. So the status is substantially approvable local application submission. As you recall, you approved that substantially approvable local application plan template was approved by you on the May 8th meeting, May 2020. We have asked for the local applications to be requested by July 1, and as I said, many of them have come in, and we're following up with those that have not submitted as yet. We will to make sure, because the reason for making sure that all of them submit is that it is sort of proof or receipt of that a state-approved application allows LEAs to begin spending those funds. So I'll stop here right now to see if you have any comments on the updates to the Perkins 5-state plan.
There was one comment from Stephanie Pappas earlier when you had the data, and she was wondering if the numbers include consortia.
That was. Sounds like that was from a previous.
I believe it was with the beginning of this presentation.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's at the beginning of this. It does. It's the LEAs. It's the lead LEA in a consortium. We're still researching that. So.
And then another comment from Alma Salazar. Shouldn't we also be taking into consideration the Community College Strong Workforce Program investments?
And I can clarify, Lisa, thank you. And less so around the Perkins plan, because I understand that, it's the CTEC money and the Perkins money, but as we look at a larger, more comprehensive plan for the state, shouldn't we also be taking into consideration alignment to Community College Strong Workforce funding, as it's a huge investment of resources, and also what is helping to underwrite some of the goals around being able to achieve vision for success?
Member Salazar, I think the reason we were able to do those three programs, your point is well taken that we should take the larger spectrum of state and federal CTE funding, but the data that we have on just a strong workforce it comes from the community college side, and we probably didn't have time to get that information, and we would have to do a crosswalk with that and the strong workforce is really and maybe my community college colleagues can talk more about that. As I understand, they relate directly to the community colleges where the K-12 strong workforce relates to the LEAs.
Thank you.
Member Salazar, could you expand, share with us a little bit more of your thinking in terms of what what you might have, what you're thinking in terms of the consideration for the strong workforce programs? I'm assuming this is related to the comprehensive local needs assessment for the Perkins plan. I just want to get a little bit more clarification.
Well, and Shani, just to be clear, I wanted to differentiate because obviously we already have the elements of the plan and what's expected in terms of what we're submitting to the federal government, and that's fine. But as we think more comprehensively about our vision around a state strategic plan, and your comment earlier around the need for alignment around vision for success and having that kind of be the guidepost around this work. Over time, it would be interesting to also see how the investments in strong workforce programming have been closely aligned to what we're accomplishing through Perkins. And again, if these are the state investments that are helping to drive this work, maybe it's the reporting around data, or again, just the continued need to align around investments. That was all.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So, I think there are two pieces to this. On the shorter term, we are aligning within our system. So on the community college side, Perkins is being aligned and strong workforce are being aligned. In fact, all of the workforce development programs are being aligned with the vision because a lot of these programs, for example, strong workforce was instituted prior to the vision for success. And so we're in the process of aligning all of our programs to the vision, to the student success metrics, and to the student-centered funding formula where possible. And that's happening in the in process, particularly with Perkins 5. Perkins 5 have also helped to, with the changes with Perkins 5, it's actually better aligned to our strong workforce program. And so it's been very helpful, and it's been there's been a lot of thinking and work on the community college side for us to do that kind of alignment. I think in the and I believe that the K-12 system is also in the process of doing that. So in the longer term, I think the challenge for us is to figure out then, how do we do cross-systems alignment when it comes to the data and then investment? So that is definitely work that needs to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments from members?
Not at this time.
Okay, so Pradeep, I looking at this. Well, first of all, can you clarify and remind me when the local application will need to be turned in for this next round, knowing that we've extended the when will the actual application after the local needs assessment and all that is done?
Once you approve, or once we make the recommendation for your approval, and those get approved, we will send a message out to asking them to continue to work on their on the CLNA and local application. As I said earlier, we'll have a status check with them on September 15th, mainly to provide any assistance that they might need. But we're actually extending that to December 15 to where they will be making all the adjustments, including any budgetary adjustments and including any responses that we need from them regarding the responses that we've received from the U.S. Department of Education. So we're actually going all the way to December to really having them submit the application.
Okay, but the funds will be for 2021.
Correct. The funds are available right now, but
okay.
The Perkins funds is a reimbursement process, so they would have to sort of submit expenses, and they're reviewed by staff here. The one thing I would say is many LEAs at a local level would like to do this sooner than later, simply because superintendents there do not want to have a plan in place in order for them to make sure that they can access those funds. So as we let them know about they can start the work, I can see a lot of them starting the work immediately and trying to get that in, even meeting the September deadline, so that they can start expending funds once, no matter how, in what manner school opens, but they can at least begin to expending those funds.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I do appreciate you bringing this before the committee and having a committee a chance to weigh in on the local application plan and process before it goes out to the field. I think this is the first time we've seen anything like that. So I appreciate you providing those. And for those of you in the committee, there's the attachments illustrate that. In looking at it, there are a couple of my comments, feedback to this. And I don't know, given that understanding that we want to get the money out and understanding that the locals need funding for this next year, especially. But when I looked at the application process, it looks very much like pretty much the same thing that we've been doing under Perkins 4. And so I had asked about, how we should be signaling that this isn't business as usual, that under this new Perkins 5 funding, we are talking about new elements for quality CTE, that there should be, does it have to be, I don't know, the same old? And does that having a simpler template and something that they've done over and over again, is that squashing, if you will, some ideas and innovation? And then the other is that, I don't know if these look like mini applications of the state application to the Department of Education. So does it need to be the same kind of format? Do these local plans have to address every single one of those elements just like we had to? Is that a requirement?
It is a requirement under the Perkins legislation, and that was the feedback we got back from the U.S. Department of Education, that we did not give due consideration to the requirements under the CLNA that was stipulated in the Perkins legislation, and we didn't do the same thing for the local application. So yes, we had to, and that's why we updated. And if you recall, and I was going to talk about the content after this in terms of what is in that, and give you a little more detail into that. But basically, the new piece that is here is the comprehensive local needs assessment, and they would have to do that and get information, and that we are hoping that is what will create some of the needs that they would have at the local level, come up with strategies and use their funds, not just Perkins funds, but all the funds that they have access to be innovative in that. And as I said, one of the things that we will be doing is having webinars and conversations with them in the fall to try and get feedback from them to understand and maybe move them in the direction that you are suggesting. And one of the webinar sessions we'll talk about is the guiding principle. We have made reference to the guiding principle in the overview document. We provided the table for that. We also made reference to the guiding principles within the guidebook that we provided. And so there are several places, and as we go out and do the CTIG application, we'll go back and talk about the guiding principles there. So we have lots of opportunities to do that, but we need to actually build that as we go through, and we're hoping to use this year. So by the time we come next year, and hopefully we'll have a normal situation, that we can actually get them and move in that direction.
You mean move in the direction of
using the guiding? Maybe right now, I mean, it'd be fair to say that the guiding principles might be extrinsic to them. What we'd like to do is make it intrinsic to them.
Okay. Yeah, and what I hear is that with the community colleges, they are taking strong workforce and aligning it more with things that they're doing internally in the community college. It would be, I would like for CDE to move that in the same way. And we've talked about like an addendum idea that's part of the local LCAP, which currently happens with the other federal application funds. We talked about streamlining it with CTIG. So I'm hoping that we can move in that direction. This is an annual application, or is it?
It is an annual application.
Okay.
And the CLNA, let me go to, if there are no other member comments, I'll go to the next section, and it might clarify some of your questions. So here are the review of components and processes so we'll start with the comprehensive local needs assessment. This is really it addresses 6 components. This is listed in the law, and that's essentially what we have to address. 4 of the 6 of these have been addressed in previous iterations of the Perkins. For example, disaggregated student performance, size, scope, and quality, programs of study, and progress towards improving access and equity, although I would submit to you that the access and equity was focused mainly on the non-traditional indicator that we talked about, but there were additional things like the work that the JSPAC is doing in California. But the 2 new ones in here is alignment to labor market information. And that's really something that is new within this CLNA component, and it's new for LEAs. And the other is the recruitment, retention, and training of teachers and faculty and staff. So that's really what those are 2. And as I said before, that was something that I would submit that all recipients of Perkins funds would look at that as a critical need for them and move towards trying to address that need through their strategies. The alignment to labor market information is something that LEAs typically do not use in their programming, but this is something that also goes to the earlier discussion that we had about essentially talking about using that information, not only just state level information, but also information that they have at the local level to see how well they can innovate in their programming as they move forward. So the major difference between this is that, and this is a point I think you were making, Chair Sun, is that the previous iterations of Perkins 5 was a linear process. What the CLNA does, it makes it an interactive process. So given that this is the first time they will be collecting the CLNA information, that will then become a baseline for them as they move forward to develop these local applications, strengthen where they are strong, and address their places where they need improvement. So it gives them the baseline information which they did not have in previous iterations, and that's essentially a critical point as we move forward in getting them to look at this as an interactive process and look at planning more long-term. What the CLNA permits is looking at planning more long-term than from a year to year. Yes, it's an annual application, but really the annual application really is updates of what they're intending to do now and as they go forward through the life of Perkins 5. The CLN, the local application plan, and is for 4 years, and so they could develop a plan much longer. That's a choice that they have, and I think most of them are doing that. And the CLNA has to be updated every 2 years, as I'll talk about in a moment. In addition to that, they also have the CLNA has to have stakeholder representation. These are the list of stakeholders that need to be involved in the review of the CLNA, and it's similar to the stakeholder group during the state planning process, but the big difference here would be that they would be including more practitioners and those who understand CTE programs at the ground level. Under previous iterations of Perkins, they have used some form of a stakeholder group, mainly program review committees, but this CLNA stakeholder group expands that and brings many voices and input into developing the CLNA as an input into the local application. So as I said before, the LEAs are required to conduct a CLNA every 2 years. The follow and every 2 years they have to collect data and information. They have to identify needs and develop strategies. Now, and given right now, some of those needs are imminent. Some of those may be short-term, medium-term, and long-term, and some of those strategies then will reflect what those imminent or medium or long-term needs might be. But the new piece here is also collecting data and information, which really is not only the state level data that we're trying to put together, and we had a discussion about that earlier, but it's also the data that may have at a local level in terms of both regional and local information. One of the things as we move forward in this process is to take advantage of some of the data that is already being collected on the community colleges through their regional centers and maybe have that available to the LEAs. And many of the LEAs I've heard is actually using some of that as they move forward. So the needs are tailored to the local area. It's focused on a CTE program, but it's just not one program, but all across the 15 industry sectors, and they would have to look at that. They have to develop strategies. The local recipient have to develop strategies, and it requires some prioritization across the six components. And as I said, an imminent need is probably distance learning and how they would sort of meet that through this and use of not only Perkins funds, but other funds as well. Once they collect all of this information, they would have to involve the stakeholder group who review all of the CLNO components, data, needs, and strategy, and they would then have what we are requiring as a state, and you will see in the document is that at the end there is a validation process that essentially says that the stakeholders have looked at that and essentially providing us that validation that there is some review of all of that information. That is then summarized as findings from the CLNA and inputted into the reporting template. And what we are requiring really is the completion of that reporting template. The other pieces that they have to involve in, like using the guidebook, etc., they would have to do that they would use that at a local and keep that at the local level. So what did we do since the May 8th meeting? What we did was there was a lot of CLNA information out there, both in terms of the template. There was also a semblance of an overview document. There were different different appendices that were out there. We brought all of that together and discussion within the Perkins staff, within CDE, and we talked not only about the CLNA content, but also the format. So once we had those discussions, we produced the following. We had an overview document that shows the interrelationship between the CLNA and the local application and the broader purpose of the CLNA and the alignment of the CLNA components to the 12 essential elements. In that overview document, we provided you a table that essentially showed which of those 6 elements cross-tabulated against the 12 essential elements. And we still need to do more work on that, and I think that's some of the guidance or the feedback we will seek from the local recipients. What we did provide also was this guidebook, which was a step-by-step process about how to complete each of those 6 components and do the guidebook. And then in terms of talked about different timelines that are involved in there, and then we provided the reporting template, not only including that within the guidebook, but we also created a separate document for that reporting template. So the guidebook is to be treated as a how-to manual, covers all of the 6 CLNA components and stakeholder meetings, has the CLNA reporting included at the front end of the document, of the guidebook. The completed reported template has information in it that relates directly to the Perkins 5 legislation. LEA then enters this completed reporting template into our electronic PGMS system. So when they enter that into the system, while the document may look thin right now, there's a lot of information that we gather from the local recipients with regard to their local application.
Okay, at this point, any member comments, questions?
I'm not seeing any at this time.
Thank you. Okay, so we are past our time. So if I could ask you to just go through quickly the rest of the plan and then the rest of the slides, and then we can have a final conversation and take action.
Yeah, I'll do that. So what remains is talking about the local application, and that hasn't changed much from the May 8th meeting, other than we had to address some of the feedback we received from the U.S. Department of Education. So this is just an overview of the local application process that essentially that now with the CLNA makes it more interactive and less linear. The components of the local application there, the 2 new things in there are the stakeholders and the summary of the CLNA, that is the reporting template that you're talking about. And other than the CLNA, local recipients have long developed process for completing the other components, and aware of that, and those haven't changed very much. I mean, in terms of that, the new piece in the local application, of course, is the state-determined performance levels that we had from the Perkins 5 plan. So we will validate the local application through our review here, but besides that, we look at the budget and expense reimbursement process. We also have an annual review of the local applications, including the CLNA, and then we have regular federal monitoring that we go through and do this through the CDE federal programming monitoring process. So just to quickly talk about the CTE teacher matrix that we provide, it is an informational tool, not a compliance tool. The matrix was reviewed by the CTC, and they raised no concerns about that matrix. And just out on the slide is listed how we use that. I think one of the advantages of the CTE teacher matrix from my perspective is to assist them in the CLNA process, and that will be something that our local recipients can use in order to determine where their teacher needs are. And so the last thing I have here is the issues, the requirements from ED. It's issues with the reporting template. They did not see a clear connection to the Perkins 5 legislation, as I stated below. It was partially addressed, but not fully addressed. And with conversation with Ed, who provided suggestions, and we updated the reporting template, which was the updated attachment 4 with reference to the actual federal code in that.
Okay, thank you for that. Very thorough review of the local application process and plan. Any questions? Okay, not seeing any. Okay, just reiterate again that I'm hoping that we will be able to work on streamlining this process and making it more aligned to LCAP and some of the other CTE grants, so that we aren't having locals, those 98, I believe, that are applying for all three, to do 3 separate applications. So that is one of our goals, and I think may be part of our CTE plan for the state. Any other? Okay. All right. Oh, and also thank you for the teacher matrix. And yes, and if under the instructions or something to indicate that it is not a compliance document, that it is for just gathering information, I think it'd be helpful. Okay. All right. With that, if I don't see any additional comments, then I will go to public comment on this item before we take action. And do we have a public comment slide? There we go. Thank you. We have a public comment slide right here.
Yes, I have a public comment from Valerie Vucevic. She is at the Office of Fresno County Superintendent of Schools. She says, it is important for this advisory committee to remember that all community colleges receive Perkins funding, but only about 1/3 of K-12 districts receive those funds. For some, it is because they don't qualify for the minimum level of funding designated in the federal legislation. Forming a consortium to receive Perkins dollars is not a simple process because the participants are limited to the pathways they can spend their funds on. It will not be reasonable to have LEAs fashion their local programs around Perkins rules and the limitations on which students can be served by these dollars. Also, K-12 does utilize labor market information to drive program development based on the Employment Development Department information for our local areas. Districts have been waiting for the approved CLNA and have tried to start conversations with advisors for their programs to be ready to complete the final version of the document when it is distributed to the field. Thank you.
Thank you. Any good comments?
We do not have any comments on the phone, and I do not see any on Zoom.
Okay. All right. So not hearing any other public comments, we can go on to action. So the staff recommends that the committee approve the secondary CLNA reporting template and local application and allows SBE, CDE, and CCCCO staff to make any non-substantive clarifying edits to the Federal Perkins 5 state plan in response to feedback by ED. Do I have a motion?
I move. This is Vice Chair Grande.
Thank you. Vice Chair Grande moves. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second.
Member Rawlings.
Oh, thank you. Second by Member Rawlings. All those in favor say aye. Oh, sorry, have to do roll call. I keep forgetting.
Chair Sun.
Aye.
Vice Chair Grande.
Aye.
Member Rawlings.
Aye.
Member Rucker.
Aye.
Member Salazar.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, folks, we are at the end. Let's see, since
Dr. Kodamaraju has a comment.
Okay.
It's not
Please.
a comment, but I just wanted to thank the Joint Advisory Committee because exactly a year ago I stood in front of here basically not knowing what I was getting myself into. And so it has been a very fruitful and productive learning experience, and thank you for all of the committee members' advice and to not only my staff but the entire staff that has been working on CTE issues. So thank you for that.
1 year exactly. Well, happy anniversary. I can't believe what a year, huh? Well, thank you. And thank you for your work and your leadership. All right. All right. So now we have just general public comment. I don't know if we might have any, if Lisa would like to put a slide back up or.
Yes, we'll do that. And I will check our 3 avenues real quick. I am not seeing any comments coming in.
Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you. So not seeing any additional public comments. We just wanted to note, oh, actually, before we go through that, any final comments or reflections that any of the committee members would like to share?
I actually do have a late comment that just came in.
Okay, that's all right.
From Clinton Maxwell. Thank you for your participation today. Career-ready practices hold enormous potential and are foundational to CTE and K-12. Social emotional learning is the way to enhance CRP.
CRP.
Career-ready practices.
Ready practices, got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay. And am I seeing any comments? Everybody's tired.
Just one, Chair Sun. I wanted to extend my appreciation to Dr. Kotamaraju for saying yes to something he didn't understand what he was getting himself into, and to traveling this with us. It has been a remarkable year, and I can't believe, as I look back on the last 12 months, how far we've come to the point of now getting ready to draft our state plan for career education, and having submitted and received the initial feedback from the Department of Ed on our Perkins 4 application. So, hats off to Dr. Kotamaraju and his entire staff, and all of the CDE and the Chancellor's Office and the State Board, because it's been a year.
It has been quite a year. Well, thank you all for your great work, and thank you, committee members, for your excellent participation in the conversation today. We have posted meeting dates that are tentative, and they may be updated throughout the year. but we will be scheduling a meeting in November. We have a Friday, September 25th, 2020 date already scheduled, starting at 10:30, and we're working on the November one, I believe.
Yes,
So,
Chair
again,
Sun, ex officio member Rattray has something to say.
yes, thank you. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, can we have more time to talk about the master plan, the planning for our career plan in the next meeting? I do think the opening sort of framework is great, by the way, so I don't want to slow down the staff from starting to work on it, but I do think we need a longer discussion. And I wonder, Patricia and team, if you can bring back some of the work you did in that first year or two, just to help us remember and be stimulated for what I think then could be a very robust conversation.
Yes, David, thank you for bringing that up. I also, you know, I am one of the original staff, so I do have the memory, and so I have been, you know, we've had some changes with staff, both at CDE and the Chancellor's office, and so I think what I probably should do is spend a little time going through some of those materials, because I know we spent quite a bit of time. We were quite intentional around our conversations around data and the data alignment. We had presentations from a lot of folks on the system alignment, just in general. So one of the pieces, and since you raised this, that we have discussed internally, just most recently among the state team staff, is that we do understand that that high school career technical education programs, or these career pathway programs, lead students to programs that may go into community college. They may go into an institution of higher education. They may go into another kind of workforce training program or an apprenticeship program that's not maybe exactly tied to a community college, as well as those that go directly to community college. We had these conversations back in 2017, right? We did. So just so that all of us, as we're discussing this, I thought I would bring this up. We also understand, just based on the data from our colleagues at the community colleges, that the average age student at a career pathway program is about in their upper 20s, right? Age 28, 29. So they don't necessarily come from a public high school. And so we understand that a lot of those are reverse transfers. They're folks that have done other things and they want to get, into a training program because maybe COVID hit them or something else, right? So they are serving lots of different kinds of students. One of the things that we talked about, and I know it came up specifically in our conversation, and I want to say it was in our July 2017 meeting, so here's my memory. We understand that there are lots of things, but we only have control over so much. And I believe it was Chair Sun who actually said, we can only do so much. We can't address everything. So we're going to try to address the things that we can. So I think that's where we sort of landed it. We understand that there's alignment issues that deal with all kinds of things, but we do want to focus in on the things that we do have control over. Unless you have other comments regarding that, I think that that is sort of our general approach. And I just wanted to share that we have had conversations about this, and I will actually dig out my my files and look at some of those old, the agendas from 2017 that did provide the basis and foundation for us to develop those, not only the guiding policy principles, but what became the 12 essential elements of a high quality student-centered college and career pathway program. Those are 12 now. Also the working norms as well as the definitions. And I understand that, it was fully the intention of this joint advisory committee that not be a document that sits on a shelf somewhere, but that in fact continues to be refined. I mean, we said that up front in sort of the preamble part of that document. So the extent to which we feel that it is no longer or it needs to be refined to address the current situation and, our sort of the ever evolving needs of our regional economies, then we should be open to making those changes and continue to refine the language so that it is not a stale document, but rather is reflective of the needs of the multiple programs that are out there. And it's not just sort of Sacramento centric. So if that makes any sense, and I welcome any additional comments, because I think the more that you provide us comments from the outset, I think the better sort of we can hone in to provide you something that will be useful for an initial conversation. And we will be working on trying to get something to you. And I fully agree that it's not, when we took up the initial draft of the policy guiding policy principles at our December 2017 meeting, and until it was adopted in March and May of 2018, we spent our entire meetings doing that and really working through that with a facilitator. So I do, any additional comments or thoughts, I welcome that from this committee. I know that members from representing the Board of Governors are all new, so they may have some ideas about what we should be thinking about too at this particular juncture. So I would welcome that. And any other comments that you all have.
Thank you. So I will work with staff on the agendas for the next couple of meetings and make sure that we do have room to do some review as well as have the conversations specific to that plan. Okay, very good. All right. I'm not seeing any other comments and thoughts. Thank you again, committee members. And at this point, it is 3:21, and I will now adjourn this meeting.